Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Committee of the Whole meeting for Monday, July the 13th. I'll call the meeting to order by reading out this statement. This meeting is being recorded live and is streaming on the District of Summerland YouTube channel at youtube.com, District of Summerland. There will be a presentation by staff at the beginning of the meeting, followed by questions from council and input from members of the public, both electronically and in person. Please note that the district will be adhering to the COVID-19 provincial health orders and following the appropriate facility safety plans and meeting protocols. This includes health screening, physical distancing, and ensuring the number of people in attendance at the meeting, including council, staff, and the public, does not exceed 50 persons. Those who are listening to the live recording and have not registered in advance may call 250-404-4052 during the live meeting to be added to the speakers list. To ensure everyone has an equal opportunity to participate, members of the public will be provided 2 minutes to speak. It will show on the screen behind you, top right corner, based on the order of the speaker's registration. All representations to council, written or verbal, will form part of the public record and be available to the public for viewing electronically or as a written record. Could I ask someone on council to bring forward adoption of the agenda, please? Councillor Patton, Councillor Barkwell, all in favor? Thank you, none opposed. One item of new business today, 3.1, the solar and storage project, detailed site analyses results. The presentation will begin with our CAO, and just a reminder to council to please hold your questions until the end of the presentation, and then you'll have the opportunity then. CAO.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So just a brief introduction before I hand you over to Tammy for our presentation. So if council and the community can bear with us for a little while as we go through some of the site history, provide a bit of an overview of the project, and a complete summary of the detailed site analysis completed, in addition to the new information that was provided in the council report. Completion of the presentation will summarize the next steps and options for council's consideration before providing the opportunity for the community and council to ask questions of staff and the consultants. So I'll hand you over to Tammy to run through the first part of the presentation, and look forward to hearing the presentation commence.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Council. It is great to be with you in person once again to discuss one of Council's 6 strategic priorities, alternative energy, and with that, the Summerland Solar Plus Storage Project. This is the 11th dedicated presentation you've received about the project, and today I'll be focusing on the detailed site analyses completed and the results of those efforts, as well as a recap of the site selection process. Anthony will then put on his acting planner hat and present new information that furthers the work done surrounding land use. And then we'll review staff's recommendations arising from all of the work completed to date. Are we going to see it on the screen? Yeah, great. Great. So these are the specific directions of council that have led us to today and which have framed the information being presented. As requested, we've invited a number of industry experts to speak to the various reports that have been completed for the project. Information about who they are and their experience are listed on the following slides. I'm not going to read it all out, but I will just say their names so you know who they are and can call on them at the end of the presentation to answer any questions that you might have. First, Ron Percival with Bench Consulting, who's online. Anthony Bowers and Jesse Spring from Primary Engineering and Construction. Daniel Kreutzer with Fractal Energy Storage Consultants. Allison Pete with Barefoot Resources Limited. Stephanie Winton with the South Okanagan Similkameen Conservation Program. Jason Newington with WSP. And Andrew Van Dyke also with WSP. Thank you to each of the consultants for being here today, and of course for the work you've done to help move the project forward so far. Council, I know some of you are worrying right now about death by PowerPoint. I'd like to assure you that staff have no intention of reading all 95 slides to you, nor the 15 additional attachments or the 84 questions and answers in front of you. Staff have compiled all of this information into a single report in order to save you and our community members from needing to go on a scavenger hunt through previous meeting agendas and links on our website to find all of the information. We know that you've reviewed all of this in detail and that much of it has been presented before. It's our intention to get through the presentation succinctly and move to that question and discussion item with ample time for you to ask questions, engage with our subject experts and staff, hear from the community, and discuss what the next steps for the project should be, which is the direction staff is seeking today. We started with an overview of the project basics and history, but as promised, we are not going to address each of these slides, particularly those on the history. This section is presented for your information and the community, and we'll be happy to return to these slides at the end of the presentation and spend as much time as required to answer any questions you have. For now, I'm going to break the first rule of PowerPoint and click through many of the slides in this section so we can get to what Council requested we focus on, the detailed analyses. Here are some quick facts that I know you've seen many times. And as you'll hear later in the presentation, the final number there, the expected presentation, has actually been found through our solar monitoring station to be much higher than what we had expected. This project offers many benefits both to the district's electrical utility and to the community as a whole. We've discussed those in detail many times, so I'll simply summarize by saying that reducing the amount that we pay for energy as a community, increasing our capacity to respond to disruptions, and providing value to our residents and businesses is at the core of the project plan. Already we've seen through our solar installations at the Arts Center and Municipal Hall how much positive attention the community has received. And we've also exceeded the target of how much energy we'd create and reduced our energy costs by thousands of dollars. And our efforts to bring the benefits of solar to individual residents has also been very successful, with the number of net metering customers jumping from 6 4 years ago to 40 today, with new applications coming in all the time. Summerland is already embracing solar energy and seeing the benefits from it. Adding pollinator habitat as an understory would allow the project to support our agriculture sector and also has direct benefits for the project economics by reducing the amount of mowing required, as well as keeping the temperatures on site lower, which boosts the panel's efficiency. Of course, every project also has risks. Meeting our timeline for the funding agreement is our biggest risk. Regarding the budget, higher expenses or decreased revenues could lengthen the project's return on investment. Now, to be clear, we have budgeted conservatively right from the start and have included contingencies. And we've ensured that our financial model simulates the real world where we won't always reduce our peak perfectly, but we still recognize this as a risk. The technology we select could present risks if the vendor or the systems themselves are too new or experimental. And finally, the project could present reputational risks if we don't continue to be open and transparent. Now we're going to review the project history, starting with the planning and feasibility phase. In this section of the presentation, there are summary tables like the one on the screen, followed by slides with further details. As mentioned, we'll stick to the summary slides, and of course we can come back to the details at the end of the presentation to answer any questions. You'll see a legend showing the colors are indicative of what type of milestone the circle represents. Yellow is a study or plan, green a funding award, pink a dedicated community event, and blue when council provided direction either through a motion of council or through budgeting. As shown, for almost a decade, investing in renewable energy has been something planned for and prioritized by the community. In 2016, we engaged the province to say, we think this is a great opportunity for our community and we'd like your support to move this forward. While we waited for a response, we held a community conversation where we asked, what is Summerland's future in solar, with over 100 attendees. At that event, we heard extremely strong support for moving forward with a solar project. And we also heard that the two most important factors to our community when developing the project were protecting the environment and saving money. The province came back and agreed that this seemed like something worth pursuing to benefit the community and provided us with $100,000 to continue moving forward, which we did first by commissioning a pre-feasibility study, and then taking the results of that study, we applied for additional grant funding to advance the project and bring the benefits of renewables to Summerland. In early 2018, the Federal Gas Tax Committee responded that they also agreed this project could provide wide-ranging benefits to our community in alignment with their own strategic priorities and conditionally awarded $6 million to the district. Now to site selection. We'll review the details of the process in the next part of the presentation. This is a review of the timeline. You can see that this phase was all about getting information, checking in with council and getting their direction, then preparing a recommendation and bringing that to council for their consideration. During this time, the newly elected council confirmed that alternative energy remained one of their strategic priorities, and the prime potential site was approved. Following council's direction, the detailed analyses of the prime potential site began. A dedicated public meeting was held in May 2019, again with about 100 attendees, and there was overwhelming support from the community. Although most responses were positive, we did hear 3 concerns raised about the site through that update meeting and the survey that followed. Concern about preserving the environmental values of the area, potential overlaps with sewer expansion to Deer Ridge, and the possible prevention of other future uses at that site. We'll come back to all 3 of those items and explain the work staff had done to consider them in the site selection process shortly. Following that meeting, staff reported to council on the feedback received and also brought forward further information about possible backup sites for the project for council's consideration. In mid-2019, the conditions for the $6 million were lifted and a contribution agreement was signed, securing the grant funding for the project. And finally, the detailed analyses were completed and provided to council, as well as a consultation plan, after which they scheduled today's meeting. Here's the project timeline altogether. As you can see, it has been a long and winding road, even at a summary level, and there are still many steps left to take. Now we're going to spend a few minutes reviewing the details of phase 2 of the timeline, which hopefully my mouse, yep, good. Which, maybe it's not going to work. Okay, my mouse and I are not friends right now, but it's the middle part there that says phase 2 and then goes up, which is the site selection process. So based on the advice of industry experts and other communities who've developed solar, our approach to site selection was to first assess the technical factors of the sites. The system impact and interconnection study provided us with the information to be able to prioritize the things that we can't control: available area, appropriate topography, and solar resources, which we considered to be the critical factors. We took all of the sites which met those conditions, size, slope, and shading, and moved them to the next stage of the assessment. Then we looked at each parcel for these additional factors. In August 2018, we came to council seeking feedback and direction on the process and the way in which we were shortlisting sites so far. The feedback we received was: avoid parks and agricultural areas. Environmental impacts were considered important, and the financial viability of a site was considered critical. The visibility was considered less important to council. Utilizing that feedback and the direction we received, staff then continued the process of shortlisting. The next few slides are taken from that August 2018 presentation to show that there's always been a conversation about trade-offs and a recognition that there is no one perfect site. Staff needed to get council's feedback on what was most important to them in the site selection process, especially when considering those trade-offs. Staff also offered a number of prompts for the discussion around topics that we were seeking specific feedback and direction on. Based on the feedback we received, the list of possible locations was narrowed to sites that were not any of the things you see on the screen. Once we had that short list, just to be sure, we went back and re-looked at all of the parcels with those 3 critical factors: size, shading, and slope, to confirm that we weren't missing an opportunity that could be addressed through a zoning change or other factor within our control. For example, even though it's designated as a park, and it sounds a little morbid, we did look at the north half of the Canyon View Cemetery, as it's not expected to be used for many years. And we shortlisted one site that's within the ALR, but it's not being used for agriculture, along with 3 other sites for council's consideration. The shortlisted locations were: first, the Dunn Street rental houses, which you'll see on the top of the screen. Hopefully my mouse will work. Nope, we're just gonna go without the mouse. So the Dunn Street properties on the top, those are the ones that are in the ALR, and you'll see just south of there is the wastewater treatment plant, and to the north is Highway 97. The buildings at the arena complex area, so the building we're in now, the rooftop, as well as the roofs of the RCMP and Little Chicks Daycare and Harold Simpson buildings, which are also in the complex, and the surrounding parking lot area. The land surrounding the landfill, so the green space that you see just north of the active landfill and south of the highway. And finally, the works yard and former works yard and storage area. And the two parcels just north on the photo that's labeled number 4, those are also owned by the district, but like much of Cartwright Mountain, they're very ecologically sensitive, and the land that's in the 3 parcels at the bottom had enough space for the project, so we didn't consider those 2 northern parcels any further. More details on each of these locations are included in the next few slides, but again, I'm going to stay at a summary level so we can get to the new information, and we can certainly return to any of these at the end of the presentation if you wish. So starting with the Dunn Street property, some information listed there. Challenges here include being in the ALR, which presents some challenges for land use, and dust from the nearby highway, which would moderately affect the economics of the system. On the opportunity side, this is a very visible location. We couldn't be much louder in terms of making a statement about the community's commitment to solar than by putting it here. For the arena, challenges include not one roof having enough space for the entire project, and so the need to break it up over multiple locations would drive up our costs. On the opportunity side, while we were looking more closely at this site, we identified a long-term opportunity to integrate solar on the rooftops of district-owned buildings as they're renovated and leverage that work to reduce our costs. The site of the area surrounding the landfill. The challenges on this site are mostly related to the project economics. The economics would still work here, but they will be impacted by several challenges at this location. Firstly, by security. The landfill itself is broken into frequently for thefts of low-value chemicals and car batteries, and we would expect similar or higher security concerns and their associated costs due to the type of infrastructure that we would be placing here. Dust, like the Dunn Street property from the nearby highway, but also from the landfill operations itself, would drive down our efficiency and drive up our costs related to cleaning and maintenance. And due to its remoteness, the interconnection costs are higher here than at the other sites. On the opportunity side, there is ample space for expansion. If we wanted to continue investing in ground-mounted solar in the future, this is a great site to do that. Now turning to the prime potential location, the former works yard and storage area. As mentioned before, we know that this area has a very high conservation ranking, so having a previously disturbed footprint to work with means that impacts to those environmental values would be more easily mitigated. It also means that the site preparation costs are low here, which combined with other factors like low dust and proximity to 3-phase power, means the economics on this site were expected to be best amongst the shortlisted sites. In the 2015 official community plan, these parcels were included in the urban growth area, but were designated for non-residential use, specifically administrative, which specifically allows for utility facilities. The zoning here is institutional, which again allows for utility service uses. Of course, staff know that these plans could change, and we'll talk about how we considered those possible changes during the process in a moment. This parcel has been vacant since the 70s. While development has happened all around it, none has proceeded on the site, and there are no current proposals to do so. The visual impacts on this site are low. Being a natural bowl up on a hill, the visibility is masked by the surrounding terrain. Natural security is a great advantage on this site. The area is highly valued for recreational purposes, so there are lots of people around all the time. Some of our report writers have noted, and I've had the same experience, that not once during a site visit did I not see somebody biking, hiking, or on horseback. And like the other sites, this area is near major loads, but this site is close to critical electrical loads, like the health center, RCMP, and fire hall. Either now or as part of the project development or sometime in the future, those loads could be directly linked to the system to provide direct emergency power. The costs and benefits of doing so change as we add or take away loads, and the system will still provide emergency power to the grid even if we don't do this, but a more targeted microgrid is a possibility we could explore further at this site. Co-benefits at this site include, now that we've identified that there are indeed hazardous materials present, the site preparation work would provide an opportunity to get the work done to remove those liabilities. And as this area is popular with the recreational community, we could leverage some of the work that will happen, such as installing signage, to add amenities for those users like maps, and also potentially address some of the long-standing parking conflicts between recreational users and local residents along Morrow Avenue by creating an on-site parking area during the site work. And this site would be ideal for the pollinator understory we discussed, given its proximity to agricultural properties and natural ecosystems. I'm now going to turn it over to Jeremy to review some of the advantages of the site from the electrical utilities perspective.
Thank you, Tammy. So, Madam Mayor, this particular site is in fairly close proximity to our Prairie Valley substation. And what that means for operating it is that the closer an interconnected system is to the substation, the higher reliability it generally has, because there's less issues you can have in between. So we don't really want to see it at the far end of Garnet Valley or anything like that. So as close as we can, the better it is. It's close to three-phase power existing, so there's three-phase power just running along the toe of Cartwright already, so it's a pretty short jump, just a few spans of power line to get actually into the site, so that lowers our interconnection costs. This particular feeder is one of our smaller feeders, and so it has pretty good reliability. All of our feeders have good reliability, but this one in particular is one of the smaller ones, so it doesn't stretch out to the ends of town or down to Trout Creek or up Garnet Valley, anywhere where we have tree problems, that sort of thing. It's actually one of the better feeders. If we could pick one, that would be a good one to choose. It's nice and close to our office, so we'll be going to this site likely every day, especially for the first year as we're commissioning the system and getting up and running like it needs to be. So we'll be going back and forth there quite a bit, so it's nice to have it close to the works yard. It's also close to the fiber network, which runs just along, or will be running. There's a plan to interconnect the water treatment plant, and that fiber will go along right past the site, so a short little jump to get it on our network. And the site has good access for moving our large vehicles around there and doing maintenance, and of course for construction as well.
Thanks, Jeremy. Now, like all of the shortlisted sites, this one has its challenges. Because of the high environmental values outside of the project footprint, the ability to expand the array is limited on this site. Basically, once we step off of the disturbed area, it becomes very difficult to do anything. We'll have to work closely with a qualified environmental professional to overcome these challenges, but we feel that that's very possible. We know that this is a key issue for council and our community members, so we'll spend the time to really get the environmental piece right. The hazardous materials on site are not something that we could organize a community cleanup for. We're going to have to pay for a proper disposal plan to ensure safety of the public and our workers are protected. We've been in touch with recreational users, including the Test of Humanity organizers, since we were first considering this parcel to ensure that we could coexist. And we know that we'll need to plan for continuing to allow the recreational community to access the surrounding lands. Now we'll look at some photos of the area. So this photo shows the pavement, the cleared trees that are already there that will help drive down our preparation costs, and the bowl nature of the site. This shows an aerial view of what it could look like. And these two shots show, looking west and east towards the site, how the topography masks the system from view. So these are renderings where the system is actually in these two photos, but as you can see, looking from downtown or coming from out near the landfill area, you wouldn't be able to see it. And finally, showing the proximity to the Prairie Valley substation, as mentioned by our general manager of the electric utility. Now, finally, as a part of the discussion on site selection, here's a review of the comments from the planning department that were included in the February 2019 report to council. In summary, they highlighted the OCP's direction to first target development to areas with existing infrastructure or where it's planned, which we'll see in the next slide and Anthony's presentation that this site is not currently within the sewer designated area. Further, although there is not a neighborhood plan for these parcels or the Deer Ridge area, the planning department stated that there could be other future potential uses at the site, but the solar project may offer a higher value opportunity whose benefits could be realized immediately. and they concluded that there did not seem to be a conflict in utilizing the site for the project. So you can see here on the map on the right, the parcels that we're discussing are just off of the map. So this is the sewer designated area, and which does not include the site, and the map on the left is the urban growth area. We discussed during the time of site selection that if sewer were to be extended, that each of the possible routes could easily coexist with the solar project. And the detailed engineering work that's been done since, which Anthony will speak about, has confirmed that. This map shows the walkability score of Summerland as per the urban growth strategy. Of course, you'll see that elevation wasn't really considered, as I'm quite sure the top of Giant's Head isn't a 20-minute walk, for example, and the same applies at the site. Anthony will talk a lot more about land use, so I'll leave it there and move on to the detailed site analyses. These next two slides summarize the community engagement both throughout the project, which included open houses, budget presentations, press releases, and more, and summarizes the May 2019 meeting. The results for the survey from this event are included in your package, which, as I mentioned, showed strong community support for the project and the site. Now to the environmental inventory and environmental site assessment mapping. This area is within the district's environmentally sensitive development permit area, so the terms of reference for environmental assessment reports apply. The report found that there is adequate area for the project. However, as I mentioned, the footprint is constrained by the surrounding environmentally sensitive portions of the parcel, ESA 1 and 2, which we'll see a map of in a moment. We also found that a section of the parcel that was previously disturbed has actually had a natural wetland form. So nature is reclaiming the site, which means that the Water Sustainability Act applies in that part of the parcel, and other acts are likely to apply if we were to develop outside of the ESA 4 area. And the report directed the district to complete further work once the site design is finalized. And here's a map to summarize that. As you can see, a large portion of the site is what's called ESA 1 and ESA 2, which are the highest rankings for environmental values. Allison and Stephanie are on the line to provide further information, but based on their consultation, I can say now that there is no precedent in the District of Summerland for developing in an ESA 1 area. And further, ESA 2 development is very limited and typically only considered for safety or utility needs. And even then, there needs to be a detailed mitigation plan in place and potentially some trade-offs, such as restoring an ESA 3 area, for example. So pink and yellow are okay, which is great because that area includes the flat portion in the bowl that's slightly more than the 5 acres we need. Orange is a firm no-go, and green is a no-go with some minor flexibility. The geotechnical report, in short, told us that the site is suitable for the solar project and provided advice on some specific things to consider and information to help determine which foundations to design for during the detailed engineering. The photo in the middle left is what we call piles, and on the middle right are ballasted, and the report suggested that piles would be more appropriate for this site. Because of its previous use as a works yard and storage site, there were areas of potential contamination that required further assessment. Happily, the tests found that any contaminants present did not exceed the provincial guidelines, and only the hazardous materials on site require special handling. You can see in these photos, the top left, these are some of the pipes with suspected asbestos, and just below that, some concrete with suspected silica. And there are some other pipes which were confirmed to have asbestos that are not shown in these photos. The other photos are other materials that we could remove during the process or would remove. More debris on the site that would be removed. And some pieces of debris that you can see by the date stamp are a little bit overdue for proper cleanup. Here's a map that combines the environmental layers, including wildlife trees that are shown with the green triangles, which require special consideration, the testing locations for the geotechnical and site investigation, which are the blue and red stars, and the site topography, which are the white lines which show a 1 meter contour. You can see from the contours the natural bowl and the steep areas that create that visual barrier. Moving to the financial analysis, this report looked at 4 possible scenarios for the battery, each with their own specific costs and payback. Each of the inputs for the analysis were on the conservative side, and as I'll touch on in a moment, our monitoring station has confirmed that our production is likely to be higher than what was modeled. In every case, the $980,000 investment of the district would be paid back in under 5.3 years, with additional profits of over $5 million over the project life cycle. Here's a breakdown of the budget. Generally speaking, we expect to spend $2.3 million on solar, $3 million on batteries, and up to $1.68 million on the system upgrades. I say up to because the system impact and interconnection study showed us that our utility is actually much better equipped to handle the project coming online than we'd expected. And so at this time, we don't think that we'll have to spend that full amount on upgrades. Of course, there are plenty of nice-to-haves for the utility that we could accomplish through the project, and staff will bring a full list of all required and optional upgrades, along with their costs and benefits for Council's consideration during the detailed design work that will come next should Council choose that option. This image shows the peak shaving that was modeled in the analysis, which used real load data from our electrical utility. My mouse isn't working to point it out, but hopefully you can see, and it's a little small as well, but you can hopefully see that it's not quite perfect, which is what we'd expect in the real world, and is one of the advantages of working with a firm who specializes in battery systems and has overseen their deployment in dozens and dozens of real-world scenarios. Of course, out of respect and due diligence for the unceded territorial lands on which the project site is located, an assessment to ensure no known First Nations values were present was undertaken. While none were found, staff will continue to work with the Provincial Archaeology Branch to ensure appropriate steps are being taken as the project proceeds. And finally, we installed a solar monitoring station to ground truth the models of how much energy we'd produce at the site and to gather information to inform the engineering process and detailed design. Through that work, we found that this site would actually have produced 80,000 kilowatt hours more than what we'd modeled between May 2019 and 2020, which is 105% of our original projections. Now, I'm going to turn it over to Anthony to present the new information that furthers the work done surrounding land use in this area.
Okay, thank you, Tammy. So I just want to provide Council with some of the further detailed work that's been undertaken over the last few weeks based on a direction that's been provided by Council. So on the slides, and I'll run through these briefly, but provide an opportunity to summarize some of the information that we've found out over the last few weeks with the work that's been undertaken. So as Council requested, an appraisal for the lands was completed based on the potential for residential development on these lands containing approximately 80 residential units in the form of a single family development with duplexes and townhome forms. So a range of smaller density form of housing on this property. The appraisal is included within the Council report, and the results in an estimated value of this property came out between $1.8 million and $2 million based on the analysis completed. So the information is contained within the report, and happy to answer any questions from Council and the community as we get to that information shortly. The work staff undertook included a further assessment of the historical housing approvals undertaken in the district over recent times, residential growth areas for the district, servicing and infrastructure analysis, and a review of the official community plan to provide Council with additional information in their decision-making process. The analysis undertaken over recent weeks reviewed relevant information related to Summerland's future growth and development and housing needs contained within several recent and historical documents, as you can see up on the screen. One of the key questions that needs to be considered as part of this process is around how the lifespan of the solar and storage project at the potential site impact the ability for the district to support future housing needs in the community. And we've provided some information for Council through this presentation and in the Council report. As Tammy mentioned, the lands are currently located within the district's urban growth boundary. Schedule D, as Tammy mentioned, finds the lands not located within the district's sanitary specified area. You can see Up on the screen in red, the area to the west of the existing boundary locates the subject portion of district land and Deer Ridge area. The urban growth boundary, the lands at Deer Ridge and the subject lands for owned by the district are located within the urban growth boundary. Typically, as part of any land development assessment for a comprehensive area of this size, a neighbourhood structure plan would typically be undertaken, which would look at a variety of issues such as environmental, geotechnical, servicing, infrastructure, wildfire interface, land use and densities, transportation, trails and access, and a cost of growth analysis that would look at the operating costs for the district moving forward, in addition to an overview of the asset management work that the municipalities are undertaking at the moment. So these lands provide for the largest holdings of land for future greenfield growth in the community that are currently within the urban growth boundary. The size of parcels that exists offer one of the last remaining opportunities for a comprehensive look at how lands can be developed in the community to accommodate future growth plans. This is a map of the official community plan future land use designation. So you can see the majority of the Deer Ridge lands are located or designated as low density residential in yellow, which based on the densities identified in the official community plan could support housing densities between 4 and 22 units per hectare. This area includes also, as I said earlier, in blue, the lands owned by the district, which are currently designated as administration within the OCP. Again, these lands are all currently within the urban growth boundary. This slide shows some information around the policies that we have to work with as we look at projecting future densities out into the future within our community. The OCP identifies a number of future land use designations which support increasing the housing supply within the community. Not including agricultural lands, the residential land use designations and density policies each of the designations allow for a range of different housing types within the community. The availability of greenfield land in the district for residential development is scarce, given our limited land base, so ensuring efficient use of land available is an important consideration for our community moving forward. While the OCP may support a desired future land use, the majority of development opportunities, especially when desired infill areas are undertaken, zoning bylaw amendments, community engagement, and ultimately council decisions are required before those developments can take place. A wide variety of housing types are certainly needed to accommodate and support a vibrant and inclusive community in Summerland. In terms of how growth can be accommodated, the OCP provides direction on how the community envisions the district growing and where. Through the work completed in the 2017 Affordable Summerland report, the need for a wider range of housing types was certainly a key implementation item for the district to consider moving forward. Policy direction within the OCP certainly supports densifying existing areas of the community where infrastructure exists. The difficulty we've seen in achieving this in recent times is around some of the parcel ownership and infrastructure costs associated with upgrading some of the older areas of the community. The OCP also provides direction for the housing needs of the community based on historical growth rates, housing trends and anticipated future growth and housing needs within the community. Based on the population projections identified within the OCP, which identify a moderate growth rate of 1% in population growth per year between 2011 and 2031, the net growth in population within Summerland was projected to grow by approximately 2,480 people in that 20-year period. In order to accommodate the 1% annual growth increase, a total of 1,100 new housing units were identified to support the projected housing population increase. The OCP identifies the bases based on the average household size of 2.3 persons per household, in order to support a 1% population increase, an average of 55 new housing units would be required to accommodate the new growth. With this direction to support 1% population increase, on average, staff looked back into historical building permit approvals that would either prove if we're hitting our growth target of 55 new housing units per year or not to accommodate the growth projections. And again, in order to assist in answering that question I identified earlier with regards to how long these lands would be needed, we needed to prove this information out to have those, to come up with those projections. The work we looked at undertaking to try and come up with some data, look back at the 2013 growth analysis that was developed as part of the official community plan approved by Council in 2014. The Summerland Growth Strategy Report was completed. Contained within this report was a detailed assessment of potential opportunities for growth in the community. The report shows mapping completed and a completed housing data contained within the report. The strategy did not specifically look at the downtown core area. However, we've done some analysis, and I'll speak to that shortly, around the mixed-use development density opportunities downtown. The strategy did look at the lands that are located within the agricultural land reserve at that stage. You can see up on the screen areas 9, 10 and 11 on the map. These lands are still within the ALR, and based on the current OCP direction and requirement to retain their agricultural designation, staff did not include those lands in the current assessment. Based on the 2013 analysis and including downtown density opportunities, there's considerable growth potential for future housing needs in these areas of the community. Based on the OCP's housing need, which provides on average 55 new housing units per year, approximately 23 years of land supply existed at that stage, which didn't include the downtown area. While the downtown area was not included as part of the 2013 analysis, staff completed a high-level assessment of the growth potential downtown under the current future land use designation, which is the downtown commercial designation, which provides opportunities for multifamily residential, above ground floor commercial. For the purpose of identifying downtown mixed use development accommodating future growth, staff have used an estimate of approximately 300 dwelling units as part of the calculations based on the potential development of some of the larger land holdings and redevelopment of those larger land holdings downtown. With the addition of the 300 downtown residential units, a land supply of approximately 28 years existed back in 2013. So just to get back to some of the data to help prove how we've achieved some of the growth projections as a community since the OCP was developed. We look back at the building permit data. From 2012 to 2019, a total of 473 housing permits were approved. The majority of those that took place were single-family dwellings, approximately 60%. The remainder coming in the form of smaller dwelling types. Multifamily units totaled 93. A significant majority, however, of those came in the form of the 2019 approval for the 88-unit project on Wharton and Kelly Street downtown. So a revised total of 420 new housing units is provided as it better reflects the actual units of new housing units provided, due to the fact that we've had a number of demolition permits issued over the time frame, most likely those resulting in the demolition of a single-family dwelling and the replacement of a single-family dwelling. We look back to 2012 to try and give a good range of a time frame to determine the average permits issued on an annual basis, providing a more robust average for us to work with. If we just look at the approvals since 2014 and use the 2014 to 2019 statistics, we sit in an average of approximately 57 new housing units per year. So at the end of the day, I think we're able to prove through this analysis for council's information that an average of 55 units per year is an appropriate number to use when determining the land supply that remains within the current growth areas within the district of Summerland. A couple of graphics here again, I'll run through these quickly. This just from an image point perspective shows the location of those future growth areas based on the future land use designations, and the yellow area is largely identifying where the future housing developments are identified for the community within the current OCP. We also looked at the current supply of housing that's available within district as it stands right now. Single-family development opportunities in the community currently provide for approximately 240 parcels of land that are available now, have been recently approved, are in the process of being approved, or identified as upcoming opportunities to add to the existing single-family housing supply in Summerland. From a multifamily perspective, multifamily opportunities in the community currently provide for approximately 200 multifamily dwelling units that are available now, have been recently approved, are in the process of being approved, or identified as part of upcoming opportunities to add to the multifamily housing stock in Summerland. You can see up on the screen a variety of different locations and housing types in the community upcoming over the next little while. So to summarize, based on the analysis completed, staff provided a high-level assumption as to how much land within district boundaries available to accommodate future growth projections. Based on the direction provided within the OCP to support a 1% population increase, by providing 55 new housing units per year and utilising the data tracked through our building permit system over recent years, we can assume that approximately 55 housing units are required to accommodate our future growth on an annual basis. So as of today, approximately 21 years of residential land supply exist in the district to accommodate new housing into the future. As it stands right now, we have approximately 6.5 to 8 years of supply that has been approved, is on the ground, as I showed in that image before, which suggests that we need to certainly continue investing in efforts to support new housing growth in the community within the existing urban growth boundary of the community. We also looked at the work underway in Deer Ridge because we know that was a specific question, certainly related to the subject property and the questions that we've had in the community and from council. As we've outlined earlier, the growth boundary that we have right now includes the Deer Ridge lands, which provides for, as I've said, the largest holding of greenfield land for community growth within our growth boundary. The size of parcels that exist offer one of the last opportunities for a comprehensive assessment to be undertaken on how these lands can potentially accommodate the district's growth plans. Based on the study completed in 2013, approximately 240 units could be achieved in this area. Some of those units could have, or certainly have been developed since 2013, however the majority remain for future opportunities. As outlined in our staff report, the Deer Ridge lands are located outside the downtown where high densities are typically seen. However, through a comprehensive neighbourhood planning process, infrastructure, environmental, land use, and a range of other issues would need to be addressed to ultimately determine the viability and community desire for growth in this area. One of the major issues identified in this area is the lack of municipal sanitary sewer service. The existing residential developments are serviced by the district's water system, but each parcel of land contains separate or communal septic sewer systems, some of which are aging and in need of replacement. Based on the previous development proposals, it's been cost prohibitive so far for one developer to finance and extend the district's sewer system to the Deer Ridge lands on their own. The role that the district's lands play in any future development is certainly to consider. Even through the OCP designated lands on the southeast side of Deer Ridge as administration, whether or not these lands are used for residential or administrative purposes in the future, the most cost-effective sewer alignment option would need to cross through the northern portion of the subject lands, and you can see that in the orange line up on the screen. Staff have consulted or had consultants complete the work on this sewer alignment that runs through the lands and are recommending that the alignment, which is proposed to begin on Cartwright and Taylor Place, it makes its way through the subject lands and into the Deer Ridge neighbourhood to service those lands and the lands beyond. The total project cost is approximately $2.9 million based on the estimates that have been completed to date for this alignment. There are many ways in which the sanitary sewer extension can be funded or costs could be shared amongst a variety of benefiting parties into the future. A potential cost share for the service is outlined on the screen, is split into the table you can see on the lower left-hand side of the screen into three areas. One, along Taylor Place, the extension from the existing system on Cartwright and up to Taylor Place to the last service connection. The district lands in the centre of the screen in red, from the last service on Taylor Place to the first service on the existing Deer Ridge area, and then moving further to the west within the existing Deer Ridge area. Future development in the Deer Ridge area to the west of the existing residential parcels wasn't included in this calculation, as there's no oversizing anticipated to service this future development. Alternatively, if this development were to upfront the cost to extend sewer in this area, a latecomer agreement could be prepared such that when the existing Deer Ridge lots connect, they could collect a significant portion off-site of the off-site sewer costs. Other solutions may exist to service this area, including a local area service. However, given the cost of service, it's likely that a partnership approach with all benefiting landowners would be the most cost-effective solution for all service these lands within the growth boundary. For the purpose of the information required for council's decision making on the solar project, the above costing illustrates the costing information on the screen illustrates the importance that the district's lands play in the eventual sewer connection to this area. Based on the work completed to date and the sanitary sewer alignment, the land area identified for the solar storage project can be used for this project, as Tammy mentioned, without conflicting with the proposed sewer alignment, if council considers moving this site forward. Eventual sewer connection for any potential residential development of the district lands will, however, enhanced payback for this investment. I'll hand you back over to Tammy just to run through the conclusion to the presentation.
Thanks, Anthony. So Council, you have this in your package, but we'll just quickly step through the options that staff have recommended in terms of next steps. There are 2 recommended motions to accept the new information that you've received, as well as some optional recommendations, and I'll just speak to the optional ones now. Option 1 is that Council consider the following resolutions: that the address shown on the screen be selected as the site of the solar plus storage project, that staff be directed to complete a remedial action and risk management plan for that site, and that staff be directed to proceed with completion of the engineering, procurement, and construction phases of the project. In summary, this option is shown on the screen. So the detailed analyses that Council asked for have been completed for this location, and the ability to move ahead with the project at this location is still considered a suitable option. Based on the availability of housing opportunities elsewhere in the district, there are alternative locations for that housing, and the site can be used without conflicting with the proposed sewer alignment. As Anthony mentioned, the impact that this land use would have on the future development of Deer Ridge is unknown at this time, and we would need that comprehensive neighborhood planning process to confirm that impact. The risks of this option include the costs of future relocation if other uses for this land are approved by Council. And we've put 1.1 million here, which is the current costs of the engineering, procurement, and construction, not all of which would need to be reborn. And Daniel from Fractal Energy can explain that this is likely to be much lower. The costs of sewer extension across the district lands, depending on the funding model, if the district were to front that, may not be recoverable. And as I mentioned, the unknown impacts on the future development of the Deer Ridge lands. If Council selected this option, the next steps would be first to complete that remedial action and risk management plan, to choose the panels and the battery technology, and then to put out our RFP for engineering, procurement, and construction, move through detailed design and the contracts, prepare the site, upgrade the utility, install, and interconnect. The proposed timeline of option 1 is shown on the screen, allowing us to meet our timeline of our 2023 deadline. Option 2 is that Council consider the following resolutions. That Council confirm that the address shown on the screen is no longer considered the prime potential site for the solar plus storage project, and that Council directs staff to prepare a presentation for an upcoming committee of the whole on the potential backup sites for the project for Council's consideration. And further, that presentation include identification of additional work required to determine the suitability of an alternative site, including approximate costs and timelines, the site-specific financial considerations for each of those potential backup sites, and a community engagement strategy regarding the potential backup sites, including the approximate costs and timelines. The summary for this option. Council should choose this option if you decide that new information presented shows unreasonable barriers to proceeding with the project at the currently considered site. If you select this option, staff will bring back a presentation on the potential backup sites that includes a list of all of the works that are required to confirm their suitability, as well as their costs and timelines. We've estimated, based on the work done at the current site, that this will be at least 10 months and $50,000 in cash plus staff time. We'll also bring back site-specific considerations affecting the financial outlook for the project and a strategy for engaging the community on the alternative sites, including the costs and timelines to do so. The risks of this option include foregoing the costs that we've spent to date, which is approximately $75,000 because of the additional work that we did to assess the potential for contamination, plus staff time. The potential that we could, on one of these other sites, find unreasonable technical or financial barriers to proceeding, that we would not be able to complete the project within the funding agreement timeline, and of course, any changes, we'll have to work with the funder to update the agreement based on the eventual location. If Council selects this option, the next steps would be to prepare that presentation for an upcoming committee of the whole, Council to provide direction on which site to complete detailed financial analyses on and budget sourcing to do so. We would notify the funder and begin renegotiation of the contribution agreement, complete the analyses as directed and report back to Council, and then Council would provide us with direction on next steps for the project. We'd finalize the renegotiation of the contribution agreement, and then move forward with the engineering, procurement, construction, design, site preparation, utility upgrades, installation, and interconnection. This is a projected timeline of the option 2 next steps. And option 3, that council consider directing staff in an alternative manner. If you feel you need more time or more information or anything else, this is the option for you. Thank you for your attention, and now we're happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, everyone, for that detailed presentation. Now it's the opportunity for council to ask questions of staff. How I would like this to proceed, though, is much like with the public that is here, we want to give a fair opportunity to all members of council to ask their questions of staff, and then after we've heard from the public, then we can begin our debate or discussion. So I'm going to ask that if you wish to speak, as always, just indicate that you wish to speak and I will recognize you. Ask one question, hear the answer, and a follow-up question that's related to your first question or the response that you got. Then, again, to make it equitable, we will move on to the next councillor that wishes to speak. I am including myself, obviously. Well, I'll rephrase that. Then we will move along to the next member of council that wishes to speak. So that may be a councillor, it may be myself. And then once everyone has had the chance to ask one question or one question and a follow-up question, then we will return and people can ask their second question. And we'll continue to do that until we're satisfied that the questions have been asked. Also remember that the consultants, as Tammy introduced them, are also on the line, so you don't have to direct your question to a member of staff. It could be to somebody that's on the line. Please indicate which person you would like to address your question. Okay, so having said all of that, who would like to get us started? Councillor Holmes, thank you.
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to ask about the sewer alignment to Deer Ridge. Just to clarify that regardless of what goes on those district lands, the cost of sewer will be $2 million for the Deer Ridge people, $350,000 for the Taylor Place, and that cost share won't change regardless of what goes on that district land, and that district land would be $500,000. Is that correct? Is my understanding this correctly?
Yeah, through the chair, Madam Mayor. Maybe put up on the screen, if we can, the slide that's up, just to speak to that cost-sharing arrangement. So this was one example of how that project could be paid. This is a breakdown of the cost attributed to the lands where certain portions of the pipe run through. This is one way the system could be paid for. This does not include a potential developer at the west end, for example, coming to the table and being part of this process. So this is just one example of how this project could be paid for. As I said, the local area improvement process could be another way of paying for this project. The district could upfront the whole of the project and then recover payments based on development occurring and the existing properties connecting to the sewer system from their existing sanitary system. So there's a variety of ways that the project could be paid for. This is just one scenario based on the work that's been undertaken so far.
Okay, thank you. And just to follow up on that, on the properties on Sunset Place, my understanding is they already have a sewer line on their street, and so would they still be paying that $27,000 per property? Is that taken into account, or is that a $27,000 an average for all those properties, and Sunset Place would pay less, and the rest of Deer Ridge properties would pay more?
Yes, so through the chair, Madam Mayor, so that the Sunset Place area already contains a sewer pipe that was installed as part of that subdivision. So they would not be on the hook for any connection fees for that system once it's up there. So those properties were not included in the calculation because the system already exists underneath the road up there.
Okay, thank you. I have more on the same subject, but I'll come back.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Patton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To our CIO, if I may. For the deadline date of September 2023, can you please advise if we did get confirmation by UBCM that that could be extended and that it isn't a drop dead date?
Yeah, for sure.
Thank
So
you.
yeah, certainly through the chair, Madam Mayor. So we before as requested by council, we had that discussion with UBCM around the current deadline, which is September 2023. The potential for extending that is certainly available. The biggest concern is making sure that we communicate with them as we move forward, making sure that by the time that timeline hits, a project is well under construction. They certainly didn't want to have a site selection discussion or a debate around where a project like this was still occurring. We would need to make sure that the project is well under construction for the timeline to be extended if that was needed.
Thank you.
Councillor Barkwell.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could we have that sewer line diagram back up on the board?
Yes, the screen should be ready.
Yeah. So one of the problems here, well, maybe I'll just start with the question. How much more would it cost if the line, when it was initially put in, was oversized to accommodate the land to the west?
So through the chair, Madam Mayor, so just a confirmation from our Director of Works and Services, approximately $100,000 to oversize these pipes to accommodate development further to the west.
Okay, because if we could leave it up. Thanks. The whole premise here has been that there'd be stepwise development. You develop the land closest to your core first, in which case you wouldn't, and knowing that you would want to service Deer Ridge and the lands beyond, you would oversize that pipe. I guess it's not a significant amount to do that, but that would be the plan, I presume. You know, as I remind council, we turned down the development to the west of Prairie Valley, Deer Ridge there, because it was going to be single-family homes of not the dense without a sewer, and we said that you know, we would do what we could to get sewer up to that area as soon as possible. And the only way to do that is to have development in the space in between. So he's paying the developer to the west, either he pays latecomer fees or he puts it in and everybody else pays latecomer fees to him. But the whole premise is that we would develop the green area first, and then once that pipe was in the ground, you know, paid for by the development, an extra $100,000. The lands to the west could be developed, and as this is all part of the total, I presume, of the lots that you have down as your availability, if we don't do that, those lots aren't really available because we've already been, you know, told the developers we're not going to see that developed without sewer, and it isn't it's cost prohibitive. So that wasn't so much of a question as a statement, I guess. I'm sorry.
So no question then?
Well, it was just about, the important part was how much does it cost to oversize to accommodate the
Okay.
Development further to the west.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you. My question is probably for the environmental planner, perhaps through the CAO. When you look at that same map that we were just looking at, you note the footprint of the solar project, and it was presented in Ms. Rothary's slides that the environmentally sensitive area basically includes everything outside of that footprint. So my question then is, when we did an assessment that came back at $1.8 to $2 million based on a single proposal that came to council in 2015 without much conversation, I'm wondering, was there an assessment done simply on the area that would be outside of that environmentally sensitive areas, or did that include that entire 25-acre parcel? Because it seems to me that maybe we have two different numbers there. So I'm wondering, could you build anything outside of that footprint that we see for the solar site based on environmental aspects?
Through the chair, Madam Mayor. So I'll hand you over to Tammy and then likely Alison or Stephanie to answer from the consulting side of things. But just to confirm, from my understanding, there was no environmental analysis done in 2015 with the concept that was put together. So as we sort of said through the presentation, through any comprehensive development of this area, whether it's through a solar project or a residential development, that neighbourhood plan process would look at the environmental conditions of the site and see what the opportunities are and restrictions are and barriers are to any growth on those lands. But I'll hand you over to Tammy maybe, and the consultants, we can get them to speak in a bit more detail specifically to that.
Yeah, I'll definitely ask Alison and Stephanie if they're available to speak, but if we can put the presentation please back up, Andrew. Thanks. So I'm gonna go really far back. Okay. Here. So you can, it's very difficult on this, I'm sorry, Council, but in your printed package, maybe you can see a little better. There is the irrigation flume identified there in pink. So the consultant noted that that is already a disturbed area and would be, so the sewer could follow that pathway. As far as further development though, I'll turn that over to Alison and Stephanie if we can get them on the line. No, that's Anthony. There we go. Okay, we can hear you, Allison.
Hello.
Yep, I think we've got you now.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm not getting good audio.
We can hear you.
I can't hear you guys.
We can hear you, Allison.
Better now.
Did you hear the question?
No.
Okay. You want to ask it?
I'll ask it again then, please.
Closer to the mic.
When we discuss the footprint of the solar project, we've noted that outside of that footprint, it would not necessarily be appropriate to develop due to it being environmentally sensitive areas 1 and 2. And I'm wondering, then going forward, would it be the same principle if we wanted to develop houses in that location? Would we have a limitation on what parts of that parcel could be used for housing based on the environmentally sensitive areas?
I'm still not getting the audio well enough to hear you. I'm going to try moving out of my basement.
Maybe I'll just put another one out there for the CAO while we're at it then. If we could just have clarification.
This is Daniel from
Maybe I'll just
Fractal.
put another one out there for the CAO while we're at it.
Hi.
CAO while we're at it.
There's a, I'm having to,
Can I try again? the area that is proposed on the site for solar is how many hectares? 2? 3?
5 acres.
So 2 hectares, okay. Just to clarify then, in single-family residential, you can put between 4 and 22 units per hectare. Yes?
And those calculations are based on the site area.
Right.
So there could be a variety of different forms
Right.
that could add up to that amount.
Right.
Again, every site's going to be a little different. That
Right.
4 to 22 is quite, there's quite the range there. But again, the site conditions will dictate the ultimate development potential.
So I guess what I'm trying to get at is whether or not it's a correct assumption to make that the maximum number of houses that could go where we are intending potentially to put this solar project is 44, assuming it's a 2 hectare piece of land that is not environmentally sensitive. I don't want to make the assumption, I want to ask that as a question.
No, for sure. Through the chair, Madam Mayor, I think that there has been no environmental analysis done that would determine how development could take place. The information that was provided in 2015 was a concept plan that showed how the development could occur on those lands. Again, that would all have to be truthed and with further details and analysis into the future should council wish development to occur on those lands.
So the project ESA for the solar site wouldn't necessarily have the same result and conclusion as if it was for development?
No, there'd be a separate analysis that would have to be done based on the information that's in front of the consultant. The site conditions certainly don't change, but the ability to develop those lands certainly could, based on the application that's in front of them. You could have a townhome that is 4 stories that eats up a smaller portion of the land to protect a larger area. So there's a variety of different scenarios that could be undertaken on those lands. A lot of them unknown, obviously, right now.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Van Elfen or Councillor Traynor? Do either of you have a question at this time? Okay. Councillor Van Elfen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question through to Jeremy, Director of Electrical Services. How much further down the road is the water treatment facility, which has 3-phase power and the fiber optics you're talking about? And I believe it's 80 acres by the landfill? South of the landfill, I believe.
Thank you. Yeah, Madam Mayor, I think you mean from the existing electrical infrastructure to a solar location?
You have 3-phase power at the water treatment facility now, and you're talking there'll be fiber optic brought to there, plus there's roads and all the amenities are there. And I believe there's 80 acres at that site.
There's definitely enough land available there. As far as the distance goes, it depends which route we take. Well, it's sort of as the bird flies, it's about 1 kilometer, and you can't go perfectly straight through there. If you follow the road, it's a couple kilometers. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Traynor? I'm not putting you on the spot, just to...
No, that's okay.
Okay.
I guess I'd just like to follow on Councillor Carlson. The appraisal came in at $1.8 to $2 million. And I'm just wondering, did that consider the environmentally sensitive areas? There's one note here that I see on page 2 that says that the environmentally sensitive development permit area would not prohibit development. Is that true?
Yeah, through the chair, Madam Mayor. So the environmental assessment reports that were provided for the solar battery project were provided to the consultant. So they had the information around the significance of the areas of the land, the ESA 1, 2, 3, and 4. So they were provided with that information to use in their analysis to come up with that value. Again, as should these lands be designated for residential, all those details and further clarification of all those numbers and densities and significance of the land certainly would need to be undertaken. So at this stage, the assessment that they've completed takes into account the environmental report that's been completed to date.
Okay, so that 1.8 million to $2 million does take into consideration the limits of that property.
Takes into account the limits, but also the concept that was put together. So it's based on the information that we've been able to provide the consultants. Again, if there is a decision in the future to look at development of these lands, the land value could change considerably if the district invested in sewer, for example. So there's a lot of variables in the future that number could change based on the conditions that exist at the time and whatever the decision is that we move ahead with on these lands.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I guess it's my turn then. Anthony, you've answered one of my questions that I had written down here, so I'm going to go along the lines of Councillor Carlson and Councillor Traynor. I just need some more clarification. The appraisal, as we've just heard, the appraisal for $1.9 to $2 million on that property, does that include the whole district-owned property there, or was it just for the area where the proposed solar site may be?
Through the chair, Madam Mayor, the assessment was based on the 25 acres of land that exists. So that's the solar site.
And the surrounding lands then?
Correct. I'll maybe just bring up just so I can, just so it's clear. Bear with me while I get the image up on the screen. So these are the lands highlighted in yellow that were assessed as part of that appraisal.
Okay. So then my follow-up is, knowing now from the environmental report that came forward to us, surrounding the proposed lands for the solar project are both ESA 1 and ESA 2 lands. My question is there any precedent within the district for allowing residential development on ESA 1 lands?
Thanks, Madam Mayor and Council, for bearing with us with the technology we're emailing, and I do have a written answer for Councillor Carlson's earlier question, but what I've understood from Allison and Stephanie, when we can get them on the line to confirm, is that no, there is no precedent in the District of Summerland for developing in an ESA 1 area, and that ESA 2 is considered very restricted and only for safety and utility purposes.
Thank you. Councillor Holmes, your turn again.
Thank you. I'm going to continue with the same line of questioning here, the themes. I think this is really important. I think what we'd like to know is the 2015 proposal feasible given the environmental constraints? And I guess the answer to that, I take it, is we don't know. Because when you look at the 2015 proposal and the solar plan side by side, you know, the environmental constraints notwithstanding, it looks like you could still have some housing once a neighborhood plan is developed, together with the solar panels, and even keep the trails. And so I guess my question is, would that be possible to subdivide and have both?
Through the chair, Your Worship, I'll put up the concept plan that's that was attached to that was the work that was undertaken through the assessment. So it just shows the lands in the black highlighted area that show the future development potential. And this is again just one scenario. There was a couple of different scenarios showing around about the same development area of these lands. So you are correct. Further analysis would certainly be needed that would determine the ultimate density and development potential of these lands. The topography up there is certainly challenging, so that provides a constraint. There's a variety of different tools that could potentially be used to develop up there if that was the scenario, through environmental restrictions and covenants based on the ability to protect those lands, even on private property. So there's a number of different tools, but again, we're looking at a concept plan that was put together in 2015 without the details that would necessarily or typically be attached to a comprehensive assessment this area. The lands are in a development permit area, so there'd be a requirement for a development permit, and obviously the OCP and zoning changes that would need to take place. So that's obviously part of the comprehensive work that would need to be undertaken. There's certainly some disturbed land up there, as you've identified, so all those things would need to be considered as part of any future development, whether it's a residential development, commercial development, utility development.
But just to follow up, but in principle, there'd be nothing stopping having housing around, the map has disappeared, but if you look at that 2015, it's basically the panels would just be right in the middle, and there would be nothing stopping us in principle to subdivide off the periphery if houses are able to go there.
Correct. There's the potential for it. Again, it's tough to give you a 100% answer on this because of the work that would need to be undertaken. But if the land is available around the solar site, for example, for housing, feasibility of it certainly comes into consideration around the cost for servicing when you start to reduce those densities. So again, they're all the considerations that make it a very difficult answer to give you a 100% answer on that right now, other than to say that there would need to be a lot of work undertaken for those for both the projects to coexist.
I just have a quick question. I know that you're next, Councillor Patton. Councillor Barker, will you before or after Councillor Carlson?
After.
After, thank you. So Councillor Patton and then Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To our CAO, if I may segue into what Councillor Holmes was speaking of, could there be provisions put on that property ensuring that solar was through land use, that since we're moving into step code, and if it was a future development, that we're moving into higher step buildings, step 4, step 5, going to net zero ready, could we do through planning to say that at the time that solar panels would need to be attached to those homes if for future development up there?
Through the chair, Madam Mayor, given the land is owned by the district, the conditions upon how it develops can certainly be dictated by the landowner. So if the district was to sell the land or to develop it, the various conditions that could be attached to that could be a condition of the sale, a condition of any redevelopment up there. Again, the feasibility, the building codes are certainly being upgraded to require that. Some of that may be mandatory in the future. So again, yes, but with a whole bunch of work that would need to be done to make sure that is the right decision.
Thank you. If I may, one more question. Could also on that same line, could we not look at doing if we were to move forward or to densify, urban node with public green space that with connections to the numerous trails that are up there?
Through the chair, Madam Mayor, so as part of any neighbourhood planning process, there'd be a variety of issues, including the need for park space, depending on the densities that could be achieved there, the trail access, the environmental review, the geotechnical, all those technical components would be part of that. So yes, as part of the solar project, as part of a housing development, you need to look at the trail. Given the existing trails, we have a master plan that shows trails going through those areas that we need to comply with. So you'd be working with a variety of different stakeholder groups to ensure public access in some form is retained as part of any development.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. My question comes back to the number of housing starts available. It was mentioned that currently approval or pending approval, we have between 6.5 and 8 years available. And then there was a nice long list of what locations there are. And under the term Cartwright, we saw the number 80. Can you please clarify if that is at the Cartwright or if that is the location that we are currently talking about, district-owned lands?
Through the chair, Madam Mayor, so if we put the map back up on the screen, I can see the mouse. So the Cartwright lands were the 80 units in Cartwright was this.
Called the Cartwright,
the
is it
Cartwright.
development in process?
Yes, so that's off Heron Street. There's a bunch of development there. There was a neighbourhood plan done for that area
Okay.
that identified approximately 80 units in the past. I think there must be 20, 30 units that have been under construction there already.
Okay. So the 21-year future existing supply that does not yet ready for development does not include any assumed number of lots on the toe of Cartwright district-owned lands?
Not on the district land. Up on the screen, you can see the single family, and these are the 6.5 to 8 years of housing supply.
Yeah.
These are some of the lands that are included in the totals that get us up to those numbers. And then the multifamily side of things, a variety of projects. Some of those still could be a couple of years away, for example, that need rezoning.
Yeah.
Some of the smaller forms of development, we looked at secondary suites and carriage houses and looked at some of the averages that we see that come through the permit process, approximately 5 suites and 5 carriage houses a year. And again, some of the infill single-family lots we have looked back at our records over the last few years. Approximately 3 to 5 new single-family lots come through the subdivision process on an annual basis. Again, that's an average based on the data that we're able to collect.
Thank you.
Councillor Barkwell?
Thank you. When we first had this decision put to us on February 27th, the statement at the time, and if I'm, feel free to disagree with me if I'm not recalling this correctly, was basically you don't need those lands for development, and this project will be temporary. So in 25 years, when you do need it, we'll tear it down. And this was like news to me, because previously I thought all plans had been to develop to the west. And then afterwards, I asked, well, I didn't have time at the meeting. There was other things going on. We're all getting kind of tired, and a vote was held. I asked, well, what support do you have for this statement that we don't need this land for the next 25 years? And basically the answer I got, council's made their decision, you're not a team player, why are you asking for this information now? Well, a year later, we've got some good information. I really appreciate the work that's been done. It's the sort of information that supports how these numbers were arrived at, and their methodology is all there. It's all very good. I read the report, and I still wasn't really clear how badly we need this land. So I thought that maybe in the presentation it would come, I would understand it better. And I do know that we don't have the right mix in Summerland. We need to do something about more affordable housing, or obtainable, or whatever term you have. I know that included in that total would be, say, Hunter's Hill, which are going to be very expensive view lots and not obtainable to a lot of people. We don't seem to have a lot of townhouses, or so I guess, is this 5 or 6 years supply, is that good enough? And what happens next? And could we, correct the sort of, or would it be worthwhile to change the mix that we have in our supply? Because the supply of housing we have is just as relevant as to how much housing in total. And through our comprehensive development zoning, we would be able to specify maybe any gaps in our housing supply. Could you give me a little sense of feel like, is it the appropriate mix of availability?
Through the chair, Madam Mayor, so maybe up on the screen again, we can put the slides, because they're helpful to explain some of these things. So within the OCP, the way the community is intended to grow is certainly towards an infill. The OCP doesn't support sprawling, which is why the growth boundary was reduced, I believe, through the OCP process of 2014 from the one that existed previously. So the OCP does not specifically give us any targets around what we should be accomplishing, which is one of the things I know council and the community want us to look at over the next couple of years. If the growth targets within the OCP said we only want to see 25% single family and 75% multifamily, for example, then that would give us a really good expectation of what type of housing we can accommodate in the community. The OCP also talks about providing housing for families. So typically they're your single family homes, that if that's something we want to attract to the community. So
Could I ask you just to move closer to your mic, please, Anthony?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Certainly. So up on the screen you can see the current developments that are in place right now for single family homes. So the affordability of those single family lots certainly varies. You've got some smaller lots in Nixon and Wharf down in Trout Creek. You've got some larger lots in Lighthouse Landing. Sedona Heights is a hillside development. Blackbourne's an interesting property that still needs to go through some approvals, but there's an opportunity for some infill single family lots in that area based on the OCP designation. Cartwright, some existing lots that remain that are serviced and as part of a subdivision, but opportunities for more development in that area. And then Hunters Hill, you've got 142 single family lots, which are larger lots. So you do have a lot of expensive single family lots that are on the market. I wouldn't classify any of these as affordable housing projects in the community from a single family perspective. So the ability to look through future zoning at smaller single family lots, for example, different zones that could create those opportunities, similar to what the RSD1I, I think the zone is on the periphery of downtown, some opportunities are provided for smaller lots in those areas. When we look at the multifamily housing stock that we currently have right now, we've had the Wharton Street project. It's a market housing project, but it is a more affordable type of housing. It is not affordable housing. Working with the Alliance Church, and I know the Parkdale Housing Society are looking at opportunities in and around the downtown in the future to provide some more housing opportunities on the affordability side of things. The Lakeshore condos, they're obviously not affordable, but a certain type of development that you need to provide in the community. You need that true mix of housing, which these provide to some extent, but they do not provide, based on the 2017 affordable housing report that district completed, they don't provide the mix of housing that we're going to need in the coming years. So while we may have a supply of 6.5 to 8 years of housing based on these current approvals and what's sort of in the books coming up, there is still the need to invest in more affordable housing types in the community.
Thank you.
Do you have a follow-up question to that? Okay. Councillor Van Elfen, not at this time. Councillor Traynor?
I just have a question about housing downtown. I think everybody here can agree that we do need more multifamily and affordable housing, and a good place to put that is usually in the downtown core where there's close to services that people can access. In our report, I believe somewhere it was said that the potential, a conservative estimate was 300 units could be added, but it could be up to 500. So I'm just wondering what the possibilities are to increase the number of units that we could put in our downtown core over the next couple of 2 decades for multifamily and or affordable housing. What are some of the, I guess, tactics we could use to enhance that number?
Through Chair, Madam Mayor, so I know in the downtown, again, it was a high-level assessment based on the density calculations that we have within the OCP. There are some opportunity sites downtown, some vacant land. The district's used their land before for housing development, like the Wharton Street project, so there's opportunities on existing district-owned land that could be looked at. We looked at some of the underutilized sites, for example, not to say they're going anywhere anytime soon, but when you look at a site like Shoppers Drug Mart on the edge of downtown, there's a large parcel of land there that could provide a development opportunity as well. There's investment in infrastructure. Infrastructure downtown is certainly one of the barriers, the cost barriers to allowing development to happen downtown. There's the parcelization, especially in that downtown core, that provides a barrier. They are typically owned by many people, these parcels downtown. Until you get a comprehensive or 4 or 5 or 6 parcels of land under one ownership downtown, you're always going to struggle with the ability to have those developments that you really want to see, which are those 3-4 story mixed use projects downtown. So there's certainly a lot of barriers. Council's identified the downtown plan as a process they want to go through, which will identify some of those barriers, look at zoning, look at the OCP, look at potential incentives, a whole variety of different things that could spur on development in and around the downtown. But a lot of it's going to come down to the cost of infrastructure and upgrading some of the older systems that exist downtown that may not support the density we want to achieve. So lots of work that's needed. It's certainly a priority for council and the community, and the OCP states that very clearly, that we want to see development in and around the downtown. It's going to be a matter of coming up with some innovative solutions to see it happen in a shorter period of time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Are you still awake over there, Mr. Svetlichny? I have a question for you. As it says in the FAQs, and we've heard from Tammy further on this today, the benefits of the solar and battery project are mostly centered on cost savings for the utility and for customers. Is this because cost savings can be added to the electrical utility surplus and or transferred to the general fund, essentially reducing future infrastructure upgrades or replacement costs? Or is it because, if council chooses, the electric utility rate can be adjusted downward? Or is there some other reason or combination of reasons why this is a win-win for both the district in terms of its utility and the people that live here?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's actually a combination of both of those things. With the estimated cost savings of about between $200,000 and $250,000, that's money that the district will not have to spend annually in buying power from Fortis. So it would then really be up to council as to what your decision was going to be to do with those funds. You could direct those funds into the electric utility reserve for future capital projects. You could direct staff to decrease utility rates to consumers throughout the district. You could, in all reality, do with that money as you pleased. You could increase the dividend that you currently pay to the general fund, which is currently $500,000, and increase that. So there's numerous things that council could do with those funds.
Thank you. Councillor Holmes, you ready for another round?
Sure, yeah.
Thank you.
I'd like to go back to Deer Ridge for a moment. Do we know when was that subdivision put in? Does anybody know? Do you know, Richard?
Early 80s.
Early 80s, so around the same time as sewer? Before sewer?
Before. Yeah, way before.
No.
Before sewer?
Way before.
Okay, that's fine. So my question is, we would need some sort of a neighborhood plan. I'm just wondering, through the CAO, what would that involve, a neighborhood plan for the whole area? Would that be some sort of long-range look at what the infrastructure requirements are for that whole area?
Yes, certainly, through the chair, Madam Mayor. So the sewer is one component to the development of those areas. The water system that exists there would require some upgrades to accommodate future densities. The neighbourhood plan would involve community engagement, environmental analysis, as we've spoken to. The geotechnical wildfire interface as well would be a component that would need to be looked at. The range of densities and really looking at the life cycle costing of the subdivision as well. We've got our asset management plan that provides some direction for the community, transportation, access. So a wide range of issues need to be looked at for this area. You could certainly look at them on an individual basis. You could look at the western portion on its own, like it has been in the past, but without the benefit of, for example, looking at the district lands and the role they may play in future development out here. You're certainly not taking that comprehensive look at how all of these lands can be provide a positive contribution for future housing in the community. The existing lands that are within that subdivision, there's potential for some of those to be subdivided even further than exists right now. So they're all the things that would need to be included in a planning process for an area like this.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Patton?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have one other question in regards to our CAO. We know that through BC Housing, they have a mandate that the core goal of the housing hub is to increase the supply of affordable housing for middle income earners. This is achieved by identifying and advancing innovative approaches to building affordable homes in new construction or redevelopment of existing sites. And who could benefit from this housing hub is middle income earners that do draw a wage of less than $99,000 per year. Developers, of course, they receive low-cost financing by the BC government to build these units. And the local government benefits through housing that fits the needs of the people in their communities. And understanding where we were just going with the mapping in regards, do you feel that with what this may be a bit unfair, do you feel that the mapping that we have currently for our housing, since we do have a commitment to our citizens that we would investigate attainable and affordable housing options, do you feel that the existing land supply that is out there, not municipal owned, but privately owned properties, can achieve what the BC Housing, what their mandate is, or how we could view that for attainable and affordable, because this is now becoming attainable housing for a lot of families in Summerland, both in rental and in ownership. So is our land inventory that we have, do you feel that it is appropriate in regards to being able to meet these needs?
Thank you. Through the chair, Madam Mayor. It is an unfair question, but I'll try and answer it to the best of my ability. But I think the majority of housing in Summerland, as you can see on those land use maps, are larger single-family lots. And slowly we're starting to see some of the housing densify in and around the core, and even some of the range of subdivisions that we do have. I think, to answer your question, I think we've got a lot of work in front of us to increase the supply of housing, and a lot of that data is really based on the work that was completed in 2017 with the Affordable Summerland report. We are in one of the unfortunate pieces of information that we don't have right now is an affordable housing or a housing needs assessment. That process is currently underway. We outlined in the report that we're working with the regional district and the City of Penticton on doing a regional housing needs assessment to really get a good understanding of what housing exists in the region, in each of the communities, and identify what needs to happen to fill some of the gaps that may exist. So yes, we do need to continue to invest in smaller housing types, a wider range of housing types. Where exactly that goes, the only answer I can give you is based on the OCP direction that we have right now. We have the growth areas that are within the boundaries. We have the future land use designations that in yellow largely for those future residential areas. And it's going to need to be a continued sort of ongoing discussion with the community on how we're going to try and provide those densities, because even in the downtown, you're going to have to go through zoning applications to achieve some of the density that the OCP envisions, which will involve community consultation and feedback processes. So there's limitations, certainly with the size of the municipality that we have, but some interesting opportunities with some of the larger land that exists in the downtown, on the periphery, and in the existing growth areas. So it may not give you 100% of an answer, but yes, we need to continue providing a range of housing in the community, I guess would be my summary.
I thank you very much, and I do apologize for putting you on the spot.
Thank you, Councillor Patton. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you very much. I have a question that's sort of in regards to the planning process and the OCP that we have and that we will need to renew coming up in the next couple of years. When it comes to utilities, wastewater, water treatment, electrical substations, how is it that those get put into our OCP through the planning process? And do we have examples of where perhaps there's some utility infrastructure extremely critical to the function of this community that's in the urban growth area?
Through your chair, Madam Mayor, I'll see if I can answer that. So we look at our existing water systems and existing sewer systems and look at where we can, I guess, take the most advantage of the systems that are in place right now in terms of where future growth and investment is intended to take place. Downtown, for example, you'd look at the infrastructure that exists. Maybe it's not at full capacity to accommodate future densities, but the payback that you're going to get from future residential development in those areas where we have existing infrastructure is certainly a lot greater than where you would typically go into lower density areas in the hillsides or in the outer edges of the community. So again, it really depends on the densities that you want to achieve in those areas and the infrastructure that exists. The life cycle costing side of things is certainly something that needs to be considered, because the operating costs for looking after roads, for water, for sewer systems that exist is all part of those discussions.
So just to follow up then, we noted back at the beginning of this presentation that in 2011, Summerland started talking about investing in electrical or alternative energy, creating some sort of resiliency in our system that was in the Climate Action Plan. I'm wondering, has there been any step in the process where we've even started identifying where those things might go within our OCP? Because it seems to me that now we're in the year 2020 and there's nowhere in that document that says this is where you could put a solar farm, this is where you could put some turbines, and I'm wondering if that's something that is so new in the planning process we haven't gotten there yet, or if it's something that goes somewhere else.
Thank you. Through the mayor, I guess what I can say, Councillor, is the OCP does outline areas for utility infrastructure, and zones where utility infrastructure is envisioned, and so that would include administrative parcels, and that's a specific use in the OCP that's designated for those. Beyond that, I couldn't say.
That's helpful. Thank you very much.
Councillor Van Alphen? No? Councillor Traynor?
I'll wait.
All right.
Councillor Barkov.
I have another question for you, Mr. Svetlichny. Again, I'm going to be referring to the FAQs. They state that district project costs are funded through, so that's the 980,000, maybe not that much, through in-kind staff time and the district's climate action and electrical utility reserve funds. Other than the in-kind staff time, which may be allocated from several areas, are the climate action and electrical utility reserves the logical reserves to fund the solar and battery storage project?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As this project is within the electrical utility fund itself, the electrical utility reserve is the logical choice for that project. As council is aware, any surplus funds over the years have been allocated into that capital reserve for capital projects as we move forward. So yes, that would definitely be the logical choice.
Okay, and then my follow-up question is, with the revenue, the net revenue that we will be receiving over the life cycle of this project, will that money also be put into the electrical utility reserves to be used as council deems necessary, or how we want to, whether or not we put it into the general fund, for example?
So I guess refer back to the first question that I answered. It would be up to council's prerogative as to what you wanted to do with that 250, whatever the cost savings were. You could earmark those funds to go directly into reserves. You could earmark a portion to go into reserves, a portion to decrease the rates that we're charging our residents. A lot of different things council could choose to do. But yes, definitely one of them, you could put those funds into the reserve.
I'm going to ask you a question that, oh no, sorry, I've used my follow-up question. I'll ask you this next time, and it may be more appropriate for Anthony.
Mayor's prerogative, go ahead.
That's okay. So next up, oh, we have Councillor, oh, did I miss you, Councillor? Oh, my apologies. Yes, I only see one little tick mark down here. So, Councillor Barkle, thank you for your patience.
Does that mean I get 2 questions? They're kind of related.
No, but you can have a question and a follow-up. To Mr. Slavechny, we had a conversation just before the, oh, did I get it that wrong? We had a conversation about the contribution from the solar and the batteries earlier, just before the meeting, and my understanding from that conversation was the net was closer to $200,000 a year.
Based on the updated financial data that we've been provided, yeah, my understanding is the net savings to the district would be closer to $200,000.
Okay, thank you. Now, that's based on the fractal report, and the fractal report has a sort of a savings from, now we've just got some more updated information this week. I see that in Appendix E that it calculates a value from the batteries for 20 years and then doesn't include any savings after 20 years and doesn't include replacement of those batteries, but then it goes on and it incorporates income from the solar panels for another 15 years. So I'm wondering, is this project in a temporary location? And if so, how long is it supposed to be there?
Is that for you, Tammy?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through the Mayor, for that question. So the location is not temporary per se, in that council can make a choice to continue to utilize this site perpetually for a utility infrastructure project. There's no requirement to remove the infrastructure from this site at any time. Now, if council chose to remove it for another purpose in the future, that's definitely possible, and we have some information. I can answer detailed questions about what that would look like, but no, the site is not based on being temporary per se.
Do you have a follow-up to that particular question, Councillor Barkwell?
Yeah, sort of related. The primary engineering report said that batteries last 10 years, and the fractal report oversizes the batteries and says they're good for 20 years. Are we sure about that? We've got, that's a big discrepancy to, is the fractal and primary people online to sort of duke that out, or?
We can try to get them online for sure. What I can say is that the Fractal's experience with energy storage, that is, they're called Fractal Energy Storage Consultants. It's their brand. Experience with energy. So, whereas Primary has a host of different things that they do, and it's one of many. So I don't know if we can get Daniel on the line from Fractal to talk about that, or Anthony or Jesse from Primary. Okay, Daniel, we can see you. Or Jesse, Primary.
Certainly. This is Daniel from Fractal. So what's happening is there's about a 5-second delay. So if you ask a question, you have to wait 5 seconds for me to start. And then if you want to interject, You have to wait 5 seconds for me to react. I'll answer the question. You know, I started in energy storage when I was in the nuclear Navy. So that was lead acid batteries. And then when I entered energy storage, we still had lead acid batteries. This was 2012. And lead acid batteries back then would last maybe 3 or 4 years. And then came lithium. And the first lithium batteries are still in operation today. That was 2013. A lot of them still going strong, just depending on what the use case is. Basically, the more you use them, the shorter their lifespan. In this case, we're only going to use the battery, say 60 to 100 times a year. And in those scenarios, the battery might even last 30 years. But we have put in 20 years, since that's what most of the industry is doing. Most of the financiers and banks that are involved with storage, they do have 20-year lives if the cycle count or how much you use the battery coincides with that. But we do have clients that are asking us to go 30 and 35 years with the battery. Now, those cases often require a repowering, but because of the way we're using the battery, or Summerland might use the battery, we won't require a repower. Should be able to last the 20 years.
Back to you, Councillor Holmes. Thank you, Councillor Barkwell.
Yeah, thank you. Just a question regarding the cleanup of the brownfield site there. And is that part of the overall project costs? And are we still looking at getting a grant from FCM to pay for that, and where that's at? Thanks.
Thank you, through the mayor. So there's 2 components to cleaning up the hazardous materials: the planning for that cleanup and the cleanup itself. We've applied for funding through FCM for the planning part of that, and we're quite hopeful that that would be received, and that would cover 50% of the planning costs. The actual cleanup itself, we're not aware of any grant funding at this time. Of course, we'll continue to seek out opportunities, but that cost would be on the district or whoever the landowner might be. And so because we're going to have to prepare the site for the solar array, if it's selected, there's an opportunity to utilize that funding and those efforts to take care of those materials and remove that liability.
Follow up?
No, thanks.
Okay. Councillor Patton?
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. If I may, so no matter if it was for the solar array or if it was for a private entity, we would still, the planning stage from FCM, the grant monies that we've gone for, it would not matter how that money is used if it's through FCM to clean up a brownfield, because the good part about the report, that it did indicate that there wasn't really significant hazardous materials, which was, if it was, we wouldn't be talking right now. But so the funding that we've applied for the planning, would that be useful for both if it was for cleaning up to sell or cleaning up for the solar array?
Thank you, through the mayor. My understanding, and of course we'd have to confirm with FCM, but the program funding is targeted for what is called Brightfield redevelopment. So that's taking a brownfield site and turning it into a renewable energy project specifically. Now, they may have other brownfield funding that we could transfer to or negotiate with them, but the funding that we've accessed is specifically for Brightfield development.
Thank you.
Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So one of the challenges that we now face, and you can tell by the fact there's only 20 people in the audience today, is that COVID has come to our world. And I don't think it's going away anytime soon. And it's a challenge for everybody. There's been some some conversation amongst folks about the audacity that we have to invest $1 million into this project. My understanding is that the $1 million that Summerland would be investing into this project would be a direct investment into our existing electrical utility. So I would like to know what would happen if Summerland didn't invest that $1 million. Would we be able to increase that net metering that Tammy spoke of? We went from 6 to 40 really quickly. Would we be able to get that up to 400? Or do we need to make that investment into our utility? Are we going to make that investment down the line anyways? I think that's it. Thank you.
So maybe I'll start and then turn over to Jeremy just to say, I think it's important that council understands that net metering or solar on private properties does not have the same financial benefit for the district. In fact, we essentially subsidize those customers in order to put solar on their properties. So that's an important factor that I think needs to be understood. And as far as the infrastructure requirements, I'll let Jeremy answer that.
Sure, thank you. As far as the infrastructure, the $1 million for the electric utility infrastructure to interconnect a megawatt of solar and 2 megawatts of storage, a little closer there. We have some options with that, and as Tammy said already, we'll put together the pros and cons of what those are and get those in front of council. One of the top ones on my list is a SCADA system that will allow us to track how well the system is doing and be able to calculate actually what it's saved us in terms of wholesale costs of electricity. So it's an important one. Then there's some upgrades at the substations, et cetera, that will also help and is project related. But we'll get those in front of council and be able to have those conversations on where the best place to put those dollars are. Council and be able to have those conversations on
Councillor Barkwell, you're next, and then Councillor Van Elfen.
Could we have page 3 of the fractal report up on the screen? Page 3 of the
While you're looking for that, Mr. Haddad, Daniel, the consultant from Fractal, would like to speak. Could we have him, could we listen to him? Daniel?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Daniel?
Yes, thank you. Okay, I'm putting the speaker on mute while I speak. The one interesting thing about the study we performed, and in helping people put in storage around the world, anywhere from Singapore to Caribbean islands and even Kingdom of Jordan, we've also been able to help people win grants, and luckily you're able to win the $6 million on your own, so congratulations. The interesting thing about the timing and about the report that we created for you is that we were anticipating a construction completion date of November of 19. What that does, if you compare the numbers we have for that expected construction completion date compared to a possible 2022-2023 completion date, because storage and the prices for constructing storage and also solar, because they've gone down so much, I don't even think the total project, even with your upgrades, would be $6 million today. So you're essentially getting a free battery, and luckily entity awarding this grant has allowed you to kind of lengthen this time horizon. Most people would ask you to move on. So you're really close to having a free solar and battery here.
I have a question for Daniel while you're still looking for that page 3.
It's here.
Okay. The report contemplates 4 different types of connections, 2 different types of batteries, and then an AC and a DC connections. And there might be technical reasons, or is it safe to assume that we would, if we went ahead with the battery storage, that we would choose the cheapest one? Which is the DC and the lithium phosphate. Which is the DC.
Okay, I just put you on mute. What the reason why we did 4 technologies or 4 configurations, there are largely 2 types of batteries out there, 2 flavors of lithium. There's NMC and LFP. NMC is more dispersed. There's more installations with NMC, and it also comes from batteries that you're more familiar with, LG Chem, Samsung. The LFP is very similar to solar panels from China. It's a low-cost alternative that has, or at least will eventually have, similar performance. So in 2019, for a project that would have been constructed in 2019, LFP would have been somewhat of a gamble, and then for a project going in 2022, 2023, it might be very viable. And then your RFP, if you go to RFP, you'll be able to get some feedback in that regard. Now, that's for the chemistry, the 2 types of lithium. Then we have 2 types of configurations, AC coupled or DC coupled. The difference there is that with a DC coupled system, your battery and your solar panels share one inverter. And what that does is it gives you some cost efficiencies because you reduce the amount of equipment. You also reduce how much you have to interconnect. And that's why that one's lower priced. Now, if we would have built this in 2019, we would have asked you to shy away from that configuration because the technology wasn't ready yet. But for a couple years from now, there'll be gigawatts and gigawatts of that type of technology installed. So we somewhat gave you some future-looking options, and so that's why both in the report, what it really comes down to is whether you want the flexibility that the AC coupled provides you. And what I mean is you can do whatever you want with the battery with an AC coupled system. If you go DC coupled, you pair the operations between the solar and the battery together, so it restricts what you can do. Battery.
Okay, you have your answer?
Well, I still want to see schedule.
Pardon me?
I still wanted to see page 3 from the there we go.
Oh, yes.
Can we go to the bottom of the page? Okay. So here we have the expected financial return for the various, either the solar alone or the storage alone, or the storage with the various battery types and what Daniel was just speaking to. So it sounds like it's safe to say that if we went ahead with battery storage, we would go with the cheapest proposition, which is the bottom line, the solar storage with the DC coupled, which sounds like the batteries you'd want to place close to the solar farm, or else a really long wire. But, and so if you were to take $6 million of the district's money, this investment, given that it's supposedly going to be 35 years, would give you a $2 million loss. That's what that column means, net present value without grant. So if, in your conscience, you think that the money from the federal government is free money and it comes from some other taxpayer, then go ahead. You know, the project's worthwhile. If you think that, gee, we should be responsible with the money and not put spend money on projects.
Councillor Barkwell, I'm just going to interrupt you for a moment, please. This is the opportunity to ask questions of staff or the consultants. We will have another opportunity to debate and discuss, but we still have to hear from the public.
Right. I got
So
ahead of
if you have a
myself here on
question,
that.
that would be
Yeah.
great.
I guess I just wanted to put it up there so the public would see it too. All right.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Van Elfen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If option 2 was chosen today, what's the next recommended site?
Thank you, through the mayor. So staff would return with further information about all of the potential backup sites with further details for council's consideration. There is no, we've not done a ranking of those backup sites at this time, and we would prepare information for council's consideration for that future meeting in order to seek your feedback on what you consider to be the next best site.
You have a follow-up?
I do, Madam Mayor, if I may. So prior to the closed meeting, back on, it's February 17th, I believe? 27? Prior to that, I've got a whole bunch of FOI requests. There's been a lot of discussion about the Prairie Valley Morrow property amongst staff, senior staff, and the critical part of this from a previous CAO, you know, I need to have this made a priority to all of you. We only get one chance to articulate clearly to council. Therefore, it's important that all directors and managers buy in. You know, I have a funny feeling that this was almost a done deal prior to it ever coming to council. There was very little discussion with council, and every alternative that we brought up at that meeting, there was problems.
Do you have a question?
Well, I apologize. The question was there dialogue prior to the closed meeting about this site in particular? That's all, you know, like there's the question, I guess.
Thank you, through the mayor. I can assure council that through not only the public consultation process, but through the entire site selection process, which I outlined in my presentation, and we can go back to those details if council would like, that there was extensive review of all 108 parcels. And so we considered each of them. And again, even when council gave us the direction to look away from parks and agriculture, we heard what you said, but we went back and double checked to make sure that that wouldn't miss anything. And so we have looked extensively at all of the different parcels. We've talked to the entire senior management team was involved. We talked to several workers who'd been here for a long time, retirees. There was extensive discussion about a number of different parcels, and that all fed into the site selection process and the short list that was presented to you.
Go ahead, Councillor Van Elfen.
Just a follow-up question, if I may. So originally, the consultants that were hired, this site was never on their list because it wasn't 5 acres, it's 3 separate parcels and a road allowance? Is that correct?
Through the mayor, so Councillor, I'm not quite sure what you mean not on their list. So the system impact and interconnection study provided information about all 108 parcels regarding the different factors that we discussed, and staff used that information to formulate the short list.
Okay. Councillor Traynor.
No, I'm okay right now. Thank you.
All right.
Actually, I will.
Okay.
Since Councillor Van Elfen brought up alternate locations, what would be well, you've already said what would be involved, but I'm just thinking, how would that be paid for, and what kind of price tag would we be looking at of additional funds that have already been spent to look at other locations in depth?
Thank you, through the mayor. So we couldn't tell you today what that would be, but what I can tell you is what we've spent on the current site so far, which is about $75,000 plus staff time. And of that, the portion that we would not expect to repeat, because that was related to the contaminated site assessment, which we don't believe would be a factor on the other shortlisted sites, was about the $25,000. So that's where the $50,000 figure that I presented earlier is our best guess at this point, but we would do more detailed work coming back ahead of that committee of the whole meeting if council selected option 2 in order to confirm that.
Just one follow-up, and all of the studies that were done in terms of, exposure and whether the solar panels would actually work in that area, that would all need to be repeated for another location in order to satisfy the grant, us getting it again. Is that correct? In order to show that it's work, that this project would work or be a suitable business case.
Through the mayor, Councillor, I'm not sure that we would need to present that level of detailed information to the funder. Okay. It would come down to council's appetite for risk. So we have done what we believe to be our due diligence in terms of confirming the assumptions that were in the models and in the presumptions that were made at the outset of the project, and in order to confirm that there were no unforeseen barriers. And so we would recommend to council to follow that same level of due diligence on any future site. Now, council could say, we feel pretty good about it based on what we know of that area and the other information we have, and we don't feel we need to complete those, but that would present a risk to the project.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Traynor. I have a question for Daniel. Is Daniel still about? Andrew, thank you. So I'll ask my question and then I'll wait for your answer, and I'll tell you in advance I have a follow-up question. So this follows up a little bit on what Councillor Barkwell was asking. I'm assuming that the costs of replacing the batteries is covered from the surplus in the electrical utility created by the project. I'm seeing some shaking of heads already. My first question is that a fair assumption? Or if not, can you explain how the costs of replacing the batteries at the 20-year roughly mark, if necessary, is accounted for in your financial analysis?
Thank you. So because of the way we're using this battery, we are using less than 100 cycles per year on this 20-year project. A lithium comes with about 6,000 cycles until it needs to be replaced. So you can do the math on that. So less than 100 cycles per year, 20-year project, and a lithium now comes with about 6,000 cycles, right? So we've oversized this battery, meaning that we are going to install extra batteries such that through the 20 years, we actually don't notice any degradation in our battery that's sized for 2.25 hours. And so at the end of those 20 years, two things could happen. We could either be off in that the batteries that we procured weren't as robust as we had anticipated, or they could be as robust and we could continue using the battery. And, or I guess maybe the third would be, at some point, whether it's before or at the 20-year mark, you could decide to decommission the site. And we were asked for information on decommissioning the site. Today, it would cost about $26 per kilowatt hour, which that adds up to a certain number. I believe it's in the Q&A. But what's interesting is that several governments around the world are investing in the ability to recycle batteries. And if that does mimic what we've seen for lead acid being 97% recyclable, then for the amount of money that you could get for recycling your batteries, it might cover those decommissioning costs. But that is something that we'll have to wait and see.
Thank you. And now a follow-up to that. Assuming that the batteries will be replaced, Councillor Barkwell had asked a question if the lowest cost configuration was the one that we would go for, and that was the DC battery, I believe. Will that decision be made by in the design process on which batteries will be chosen, whether it's the AC or the DC? I'm not sure if that's a question for you or if it's a question for Jeremy, Tammy.
I can give an initial answer, and then if Daniel wants to jump in, by all means. Madam Mayor, I would suggest that the specific design of the project and the costs and benefits of the different options is something that staff would return to council for your consideration and your direction once we have that information in front of us and are able to give it to you in detail, which if you were to select option 1 would be the next thing that we would be doing, is starting that detailed design and then coming back with some options and their costs and benefits for your consideration.
Okay, I'm just gonna ask one more question. Sorry, Council, I'm just gonna ask a really quick question related specifically to this. How are we, as council members, we don't have the technical background. I mean, we can see the difference in the dollar figure. We don't, how would we determine which configuration is the best one to go with? If we're just looking at dollars, that's one thing, but the technical aspects, we rely on staff and the consultants that have been hired. I don't have a clue.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. So I would say that that is exactly the job of staff and the consultants, is to bring you information in a way that's understandable and that allows you that informs your decision-making process. And so it would be our job to gather all of that technical material and bring it in a way that is applicable to council's strategic priorities, the master plans of the community, and allow you to make the decision about what the costs and benefits, which costs and benefits are most appropriate for the community.
Good. Thank you. Councillor Holmes.
No, I'm done, thanks.
You're good for now? Yep. Councillor Patton.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple of questions, if I may. Or
After you.
To our CAO. The value of the assessment report that was done, do you feel that it was a good basis for development on that site?
Through the chair, Madam Mayor. So the assessment that was provided in 2015, or the concept that was provided, again, a high-level concept around the topography was probably one of the key factors in coming up with that plan, not necessarily the environmental or all the other bits and pieces that we talked about that would eventually need to be undertaken, but it gave a good sense of how the land could potentially be developed. I think there's obviously lots of work that would need to be done to prove that out in further detail through future work. So that's the information. The 70 to 80 units was the number that was provided to the appraiser to base their evaluation on. Again, as things move forward, depending on the use of the land, if it is residential, there may be further investment needed to come up with a more refined number with more information available. So I think that we've had a professional firm complete the assessment based on the information that we gave them to assess the value of the property, and based on their professional opinion, that's the value that was determined.
Thank you. One more, if I may. So if we took into account the 2015 report that indicated 80 sites, and we were talking already today in regards to solar could save us about, or put into our reserves, a couple $100,000. If we were to be conservative in taxes on 80 units at about $3,000 a unit, we'd be looking at an additional $240,000 a year. Now, our director of finance would be able to dictate or tell us what that could relate. I know I'm putting him on a spot too. Could relate in tax dollars to the municipality into our coffers. Since we're now looking at 1% tax increase brings in $87,000. I guess my question being is, if we were to look at option 2, we could look at the savings of solar at 200, plus we would be looking at some tax benefits to the municipality of another upwards of $250,000 plus DCCs and other related costs. So am I kind of on the right track in regards that we could double our monies, if not double our monies that we could be seeing in reserves by looking at maybe option 2?
I'll maybe start off the question. So certainly, if there is residential development on this land, that would certainly bring in tax revenue. If there is another site selected for the solar and battery project, that would bring in, again, maybe a revised assumption based on the site and all the conditions that would need to be looked at. So I would say yes, there is a potential for it. The decision obviously will come back for council discussion at the end. But again, there's a lot of work that would need to be undertaken to determine the feasibility of residential development on this site. So lots of unknowns, but based on the decision of council, the potential for both to exist.
Thank you. But there is the opportunity for us that we could move forward in a greater monetary projection than what we would look just going for with solars over the next 30 years on that site.
Correct. So if this site was developed for residential and another site was developed for the solar project, you would increase the revenue and savings to the district.
Excellent.
I think that's a fair response.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Patton. Councillor Carlson, did you have anything? Yeah. Okay, Councillor Barkle.
I think you were saying in technical terms we could have our cake and eat it too. I sense a lot of people in Summerland are concerned about the environment. Greenhouse gas emissions, and I belong to an excellent group, the Climate Caucus, and First Things First in Penticton, a great group with a lot of good information. But our FAQ says that this project will reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. Or the question is, will this project reduce our greenhouse gas emissions? And the answer is, the solar power we produce will be greener. But that's not true, is it?
So, Madam Mayor, the District of Summerland uses the province of BC's methodology when calculating our greenhouse gas emissions. And according to their methodology, they look at the time of production. They look at the exact moment that the energy is being produced. And so the energy that we currently consume, the electricity we currently consume from Fortis, is primarily hydro-based, but it does have a mix of natural gas and coal and other imported sources. And so there is an emissions factor related to the energy that we currently purchase from Fortis. Solar, on the other hand, by the province's methodology, which is the one that we use, has a 0 emissions factor. Now, I want to be clear that we're talking about emissions factors related to production. There is no such thing as zero impact energy sourcing. All sources of energy have some type of impact. And so I don't want to suggest that solar doesn't. Every energy source does. But by the emissions that we use to measure our footprint, it is cleaner than the energy that we currently purchase.
Follow-up?
Follow up. Well,
Daniel has
it's not cleaner than the energy we currently purchase. It's just the way that the province applies a zero factor to solar. Anybody reading our FAQs would see this and think, oh, I'm going to support solar because I'm concerned about the environment. I looked it up.
Do you have a question, Councillor Barklow?
Well, maybe our climate action coordinator can tell us what the greenhouse gas equivalent per kilowatt hour for solar is compared to the hydro from BC, because the hydro from BC is right in your methodology report, and the information for solar is available too.
I thought this was about the location.
It's about the project.
Do you have a question out of there that you are able to answer?
I guess what I can repeat is that we use the province of BC's methodology when it comes to assessing the emissions factors of different energy sources, and that methodology has the energy we purchase from FortisBC as having a higher emissions factor than the solar energy that this project would potentially produce.
What factor does it have for solar?
They don't have a factor for solar or any other renewable source. They have one for the energy we purchase from Fortis because, as I mentioned, that energy is a mix. It's not 100% hydro. It also includes coal and natural gas and other sources, and that's the number. It's not, the hydro is zero, and the other parts of the energy mix are where the emissions factor from Fortis comes from.
Okay, we're going to go to Daniel. He's been waiting for a bit.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The trick here is the units. So I believe we've got some the questions in FAQ. I believe there's something like 2.587 tons per gigawatt hour, or you could say grams for per kilowatt hour. So it's the units that you have to watch. What Fortis is reporting is their annual number, and so what was also kind of referenced was a lifetime number for solar. So that lifetime number is how much energy does it take essentially to create the panels and then construct the solar farm. And you see various reports. You see anywhere from 30 to 80 if it's old data, and if it's newer data, you'll see anywhere from 5 to 20 units. So if you take the high end of the new data, 20 units, which is 20 tons per gigawatt hour, and you compare it to what Fortis has on an annual basis, and you do the lifespan of the solar, which is 35 years, so you multiply 2.587 times 35, that's more like 90 compared to solar's 20 lifetime value. So that's how you want to make sure that the units are appropriate. One was reported annually, the other is for lifetime.
Thank you. Councillor Van Elfen, do you have another question? It's not your turn right now. Councillor Traynor?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, my turn. I'm good right now as well. Councillor Holmes?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Okay, so back to you, Councillor Barklow.
Okay. Considering this unit issue, I don't know what information that Daniel has that's more current. I looked at the UN's IPCC report, and it has numbers for solar and for hydro, both calculated using the same methodology. And they have for, I have it here, but they have for hydro about 14 grams per 14 grams per kilowatt hour for hydro, higher than our hydro, because there could be different factors involved. And then it has from, like I said earlier, 30 to 80 for solar. So it just doesn't, I don't think we have anything definitive here at all. And it certainly isn't zero.
Okay. Didn't detect a question. Did you have a question? Or just a statement that there's
I guess my question would be, what research does Daniel have that he could refer us to?
Okay.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So I'll send the reference, and so you can receive that via email. The other thing you have to consider that sometimes doesn't get included, and by the way, nuclear is number one. Nuclear has the lowest. Now, I'm proud of that from my nuclear background, but nuclear is also the most expensive. It has to be subsidized, whereas a lot of others don't have to be subsidized as much. The other thing you have to consider with hydro is the ecological effects that it has. So yeah, we can track down how much concrete you put down and the CO2 that it emits because of that. The carbon footprint for producing the hydro equipment, the turbines. But more recent research also includes the ecological effects. So that'll be in the report that we send over, or the reference that we send over. But by and large, hydro and solar to construct, to build the equipment, to construct the project, very, very similar. It's just that now more people are considering the effects on wetlands and what that's doing as a carbon footprint.
Okay. Councillor Carlson?
I have just a question for Councillor Barkwell. I appreciate all the effort and time you're putting into this. I think it's really valuable, and it's certainly shed a lot of light on things for me. I'm wondering, through all of your investigations and looking at this information, if you can tell me how much is Site C costing the taxpayers of British Columbia?
I can't tell you. I'm hoping that it'll be recovered in electricity we sell. And we're going to need electricity.
Thank you. And I hope that I guess that's what we're hoping too, is that we're going to be recovering this in the electricity and in our infrastructure that will continue to make Summerland the place that we would all like to live.
Councillor Holmes.
I can answer that question. Site C will cost $9 billion and the payback is 70 years. So
Thank you, Councillor Holmes. Okay, I think,
Madam Mayor, if I may, I'd just like to read to you Allison's response to Councillor Carlson's earlier question that she submitted
yes,
in writing.
Please.
Okay.
Yes.
So this is her words. The ESA areas are likely to be similar or the same with different uses, for example, housing. The impact of housing would be different, likely higher than the impact of a solar development, mainly because of the extent of disturbance associated with a neighborhood of people and pets. Development within ESA 1 and 2 would likely be challenging to achieve, consistent with the environmental terms of reference.
And those are District of Summerland environmental terms of reference, right? Yes. Thank you. You have the answer you were looking for?
Yes, thank you, Allison.
Good. I don't see any more hands raised, so can I assume that we can now hear questions or comments, I guess questions from the public? Yes? All right. Before we do that, I need to get a speakers list, and I would like to just have, there it is. It's like magic. Thank you. Yeah, we're going to have a short break, 5 minutes.
And what is your name? Oh, nice to meet you.
It's about everything.
Yes, here. Here, no, here, you can have this. You can have that one. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so I think what it's all, what we're gonna be doing is after it's all done is the recommendations. No problem.
I'm with everybody speaking at once.
I was so paranoid when I went, that I had my coffee or something. Oh, okay, okay.
Whether we want to what? Basically. Yep. That's why I can't believe it here, but that's okay.
And we'll see what the question is. The next meeting has to start at 6. Public hearing starts at 6.
I was reading Greta Thunberg's essay to the Times yesterday. Getting rather inspired last night. Not about me, Marty. Not about you. About my babies.
Never said a word.
No, you didn't.
Okay, I'm going to get started. Could I have people take their seats again, please? Will we resume this meeting?
Oh no, you still can.
In just 1 second, Don, I would just like Karen to let us know about correspondence that has been received in advance of the public comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There were 22 pieces of correspondence in total. There was 3 petitions that were submitted with approximately 174 names, and one of those petitions was handed in at the start of the meeting, so it's not yet posted on the meeting agenda package, but it will be following the meeting.
Thank you. Okay, just a reminder to the public, you have 2 minutes to speak. Once you have approached the microphone here on the podium, please state your name and address, and your 2-minute clock will show in the upper right corner of the screen here. And first up is Don Gayton.
My name is Don Gayton. I live at 10920 Ackland Street. I've been a Summerland homeowner and taxpayer for 15 years.
Just 1 second. He's just making sure the mic is on.
Is it turned on? There's a switch there. Magic switch. Okay.
Could I have you start again, please, Don?
Sure.
Thank you.
My name is Don Gayton, and I live at 10920 Ackland Street. I've been a Summerland resident and taxpayer for 15 years. The decision facing us today is not only an important one, it's a symbolic one as well. We can be an old school Summerland, a town that ignores climate change, that clings to the outmoded notion that growth equals suburbs, and that looks backwards for its energy technologies. Or we can be the innovative, forward-thinking small town, one that embraces a green energy future that encourages affordable urban density rather than expensive, gas-guzzling suburban sprawl, and that opens its heart to young families and local businesses. In reference to the Toe of Cartwright site, there are 6 things wrong with using it for housing: sewer, water, pavement, 12% grade, brownfield contamination, and sprawl. In reference to sprawl, I direct you to a definitive long-term American study of carbon dioxide emissions from the city of Salt Lake, which confirmed the obvious. Low-density suburbs are much higher overall CO2 emitters on an area basis than the denser, more compact urban neighborhoods. This is not opinion, it is science. Let's get this project going on the Cartwright site, which is ideal for solar. And along the way, let's collect those $6 million federal dollars that we will lose if Cartwright is abandoned. Like I say, let's make kilowatts while the sun shines. Thank you.
Thank you. Lorraine Benest.
Lorraine Benest, 7400 Swallowbeck, Summerland. I've lived in Summerland all my life and have served on council a couple of times. Have gone through at least 2 OCP planning processes and was very pleased tonight to hear you talking about planning finally. And I hope you continue the process because you're just starting to get into some of the issues that we've dealt with for a long time. And I think that the thing that you need to understand about Summerland is that a planning book is useless. You have to look at the terrain of Summerland and understand the difficulties of finding opportunities for all the uses that we need. This site has been in the long-term plan for development for reasons that you've just started to explore. and I really hope you continue looking at it. Councillor Patton raised a very important potential. We can have our cake and eat it too. And I think it's foolish to use one of our better development sites for this project when we have other lower value land that is available. The site is not the best location for utility installation. When we get talking about the financial issues around the solar project, I do have a little problem with using $6 million for a supposedly innovative project that other people will follow us in when we then lose $2 or $3 million. I'm just not sure how innovation of that kind is really going to help us solve climate change problems. And I look at the greenhouse gas emissions that we are currently producing. I don't believe that we're dealing with it in a very constructive way. And when I look at the IPCC report, and I see that they classify hydropower at 14 and solar at 80, I shake my head and think, wait a minute here, we've got to think about a different thing here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lorraine. John the Nest?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jerry Flamen via Zoom. He's not there?
No.
Okay, so we'll skip over him and come back if perhaps he joins us. So Jai Zachary.
Hello, can you hear me? Jai Zachary, 13606 Cook Avenue. Thank you very much. I'm just going to make a brief statement. As most people know here, I'm president of Electromotion Energy, founder as well as lead inventor of distributed generation. My main point I want to talk to is that Council is considering a solar farm. This is antiquated technology. This is centralized generation rather than distributed generation, which even as referred earlier, the STEP code is going to be enforcing through new development moving forward. If Summerland really wants to be progressive with solar, they should really be considering distributed generation at the residential or demand site rather than a centralized farm approach, which is very antiquated technology and approach. I also really have revised or looked at the solar and storage project here, and my team and I have analyzed it, and there are many, many discrepancies which I won't get into the technical aspects, and I'm sure you don't want the technical aspects of it, but you're right when you say that, as you, Madam Mayor, you are not technical people. You rely on your staff to be technical and to provide the facts as they are. And really what we're talking about here is discrepancies throughout all the information we have reviewed, have been publicly provided, and some of an example would be the beginning here where you talk to the amount of electricity that will be generated by the solar array. If you add up the dollar figure there, it doesn't even cover, according to page 17 of the report, the maintenance costs that are going to be required. So it doesn't even save money there. Other discrepancies or terms that are being used throughout both of this document and others, things such as resiliency and hardening of the grid, things like this that are going to be beneficial to Summerland. You may or may not be aware, but if the utility is lost, i.e. the signal from Fortis is lost, all solar and battery technology automatically disconnects from the grid. There is no backup power. Thank you for your time, and I hope that you consider distributed generation instead of a solar farm.
Thank you, Jai. Karen, will you let me know when Mr. Flamen is on the line?
Yes.
Mary Ann McDonald, 6505 McDonald Place. Community consultation is not the same as community engagement. The two phrases are not interchangeable, and yet the term engagement continues to be used in the solar project. Community engagement is the process of working with special interest groups of people. Community consultation, on the other hand, provides opportunities for people to participate in the decision-making process of a council decision in order to improve the outcome. Has this been done to this point? No. Is this really the best time? No, as there are still limitations on public participation. Reinvestigating an alternative site, it is my understanding that the sustainability budgeted for 2020 is $200,000 and $80,000 has been spent. So there is the possibility of using that funding without dipping further into the coffers. But to state that this is the Cartwright Mountain is potential site, prime potential site, is rather deceiving. The question and answer on the website is often market hype rather than factual. Example, page 5, localized energy sourcing increases efficiency by reducing line losses that occur when energy is moved over large distances, lessening the need for expansion of energy systems such as hydro dam. How is that relevant to the project here? Resiliency, another buzzword. An example used was of providing municipal infrastructure facilities with solar in case of a power outage. These facilities already have generators. No mention of how often these standby units are actually used. And the primary engineering report of January 15th, 2019 stated that to cover Municipal Hall, Fire Hall, Memorial Health Center, and police stations for 45 minutes with the proposed system would cost $550,000. Is that in the budget? RIA revenue, let's not count our dollars before we receive them. And we already get $500,000 annually from electrical sales to the town that go back into general revenue. I see the grant money as a giant carrot being dangled in front of council. Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne. Leanne McDonald? That is on a phone call.
Madam Mayor, we have Mr. Flaman.
Oh, Mr. Flaman's on the line? Okay,
Hi.
thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Leanne, if you want to go ahead, and then we'll have Jerry just hold until you're done. Thank you. Leanne?
Sorry, yes, so everyone can hear me, we're good to go? I can't hear from my end very well, so I will move forward. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and Council. I'd like to thank you for giving us this opportunity to address Council on an issue that we feel is very important, not only for Summerland, but for the Okanagan as a whole.
Could you please give us your...
First Things First, Okanagan, which is a locally based organization dedicated to raising awareness of climate change and working to find positive solutions. First Things First has followed with great interest in the solution of Summerland's plan to construct a solar garden. With its solar plus storage project, Summerland joins the growing list of BC communities that are taking control of some or all of their energy needs. There are now almost 160 successful community renewable energy projects in the province. Each of these projects is different and tailored to meet unique local needs. Most people will know about the City of Nelson's successful solar garden project. Nelson, like Summerland, enjoys the advantage of operating its own utility system, but communities that don't enjoy this advantage have also put small-scale renewable energy projects in place. Communities such as Clemtu, which has installed solar to augment its micro hydro generation so as to virtually eliminate the need for diesel backup, and Alert Bay, which has dramatically reduced its energy costs by installing solar on municipal buildings. A unique aspect of Summerland's project is the inclusion of battery storage, which will allow Summerland to reduce peak power usage and thereby reduce the costly penalty BC Hydro charges to maintain sufficient capacity to satisfy Summerland's peak power needs, are contributing to the necessary transition to renewable energy in BC and to the growing international focus on distributed but interlinked energy systems. With this project, Summerland joins those at the forefront of the new energy infrastructure. Aaron Ekman, the Secretary-Treasurer of the BC Federation of Labour, has said, "Clean energy is a real success story, employing thousands of British Columbians and communities across the province. Smart, targeted policies will help generate even more of these family-supporting career track jobs across British Columbia. The future economic health of our province depends on a strategy that will put more dots on this map. Summerland will soon become such a dot on the map, as well as an inspiration to other Okanagan communities. Thank you.
Council, it is 4 o'clock, and we need to have a resolution come forward if we're going to extend this past the 4 o'clock time. So, Councillor Patton, could you give us an idea of how long you'd like it to be extended?
I believe our list showed me probably within the hour. I would assume that we would be done.
So 5 o'clock? All right. Seconded by Councillor Carlson. All in favor? And any opposed? Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, could I know who that last speaker was, please?
Her name is Leanne McDonald.
Where is she from?
I did not get her address.
She lives in Summerland.
Okay, thank you. I know a Leanne McDonald that lives on South Victoria in Summerland. I don't know if that was the same one or not. Jerry next. Karen? Okay.
Okay, so am I speaking on the phone or am I speaking on Zoom?
We can hear you. Looks like you're on the phone.
Federation of Labor has said clean energy is a real success story, drawing thousands of British Columbians to communities across the province. Marketing policies will help generate even more of these examples.
He's listening to Leanne McDonald, I think.
British Columbia. Future economic health.
Am I on?
Jerry, could you turn on your video? No, sorry.
I'm watching on Zoom.
You can just start speaking. We can hear you.
Council, it is 4 o'clock, and we need to have a resolution forwarding.
Jerry, please begin.
4 o'clock. So, Councillor Patton, could you give us an idea of how long you'd like it to be extended?
Begin whenever you're ready, Jerry.
I'm here.
Okay, please begin, sir.
All right. Seconded by Councillor Carlson.
Perhaps you
Okay,
could
I'm
turn.
still here.
Oh, Jerry, perhaps you could turn off the YouTube video or the radio or whatever we can hear in the background.
Summerland.
I know a Leanne McDonald is in South Victoria.
Jerry?
Jerry, next.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please begin.
Or am I speaking on Zoom?
We can hear you.
Okay, here we go. Okay, I would like to just congratulate council staff and I'm on both.
Just ignore any other
Can I
comments
begin
from
now?
me.
Madam Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes.
Am I off?
Jerry,
Yeah.
could you turn on your video? No, sorry.
Okay, I'm going to start speaking now. Can you hear me?
Jerry, please begin.
Okay, can you hear me now? I would just like to congratulate council and staff.
Are you ready, Jerry?
Can you hear me?
Okay, please begin, sir.
I would like to congratulate council, staff, and the consultants for their vision, their foresight, and their flexibility of mind.
Perhaps you could, Jerry, perhaps you could turn off the YouTube video or the radio or whatever we can hear in the background.
I'm here. Okay. Thank you. I'd just like to congratulations to council staff and the consultants for their vision.
We can hear him fine. He's just confused on whether we're listening.
Congratulations to staff, council, the consultants for their vision, their foresight and the flexibility of mind, looking into the future of our community, our country, and the future of climate change. This is not about the past, nor about the people who have had their say and who have had their way in time. This is a project looking into the future. Summerland needs that manner of vision. It is just so wonderful that we have some young people on council with such fantastic ability to see ahead. We in BC enjoy the residual benefits of forward-looking people who lead in many years ago by providing us our hydro dams that enable BC to grow and prosper. We now see that those dams are renewable green energy. At the time, there was significant opposition, not unlike what we are seeing and hearing in our community now. We need that kind of foresight and vision now, here in Summerland. This solar array project is a community project that has been in the mill for the past 4 years, with significant effort expended by council, staff, and volunteers. There have been several public briefings and meetings, as well as an online facility to educate the public and allow public engagement. Everyone has had an opportunity to engage in the process in a positive way over the years. If you haven't engaged in a positive way to help move this business ahead, you probably shouldn't be here now. Your input and your positive attitude could have been so much more productive had you engaged positively in the discussion previously. This project is not about we older people. It is about the future of our community and the future of our children. It's not about those of us who won't be here to see the results and ramifications of our present opposition. As far as I know, no one has had any proposal or any project ready for this site. As far as we know, no one has a project for the site on the horizon. The land is now and has been laying fallow for years. It is now time to put that land into productive use. The solar project is the only project that is now ready and available and ready to do something productive on that land. There's an old adage that is appropriate here. Lead or follow, but get the hell out of the way. Council, thank you very much for allowing my input.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. We have heard most of what you had to say. Next up is Peter Robinson. He also is calling in.
So I'm hoping that you can hear me, and I'm just going to go ahead and speak in the hopes that you can hear me clearly and everything is fine. And if not, then please just, if Mayor Booth, if you could perhaps make, if you can just stick a thumbs up, then I can see you on the screen here, and then I'll know that you can hear me clearly. So anyway, I'm Peter Robinson. I live in Kelowna, and I was also the lead author for the Community Energy Emissions Reduction Plan. And so that's kind of my my background here on this. I'll time myself for my 2 minutes here. I just want to say, I mean, please don't throw this opportunity away. And you need to be, you do need to be careful with grants and grant funders. I mean, you have, as I understand, about $6 million that have been brought into this community for this project, and this money is going to, you know, generate a return for the community as well. At the same time as doing a project that, you know, so many people want to see happen. And there might be some, you know, differences of opinion in terms of where it should go, exactly how it should happen. But there's a lot of interest in the community in seeing this project happen, and it will save money and do a lot of good things for the community all at the same time. And there can be risks, you know, in dealing with grants and grant funders, about basically kind of, you know, rubbing people the wrong way and basically kind of losing the money and losing the opportunity. I can't think of another community of your size that's been able to bring in this much money in like this. So it's really quite something. And of course, you know, it was on the direction of council and the whole community that, you know, you hired a sustainability and alternative energy coordinator, and that you set this whole thing in motion, you know, years ago. And so it was on that direction of council and the community. So please don't forget that either. On the subject of low density development and bringing in development cost charges, you know, a lot of communities are waking up to the fact that, you know, low density development, it can actually cost the community more over the long run than it brings in. And that's simply because, you know, it just doesn't generate enough in property taxes, you know, to cover for the life cycle infrastructure costs. And this came up at one of the council meetings that I attended. I was asked this question by council around using the community life cycle infrastructure costing tool.
Mr. Robinson?
So it's important to consider life cycle infrastructure costs. And also, please be careful about other locations as well that you might consider the solar project, because things like dust, of course, will impact the energy generation and or could impact the energy generation and therefore lower the return on investment. I think my 2 minutes is up. Thank you.
Thank you. Barry Lowen?
Madam Mayor, Council, my name is Barry Lowen. I live at 10827 Dunham Crescent, where I have lived since 1993. I'm here to speak in support of the current proposal for solar and storage at option 1. The reasons for the decision were well explained and documented. The process was transparent. I was pleased to be invited to be engaged in this process. Thank you to the staff and council for that. Summerland, using this site and preserving access to this area will be a good thing for the many who use it, and it will be a benefit for Summerland and the planet. Now, if we want to believe that climate change is not real or that the world is flat, we can find evidence on YouTube or the internet. If we want to believe this site is better suited for something other than solar or storage, we can find all kinds of reasons as well. Climate change is extremely serious right now. There are young people in the high school there thinking, what future do I have? Because they read the science. They know what's coming down. They're going to ask us, what did you do? What did we do about it? Solar and storage on this site sends the message that we are serious about making a difference for our youth and their future. Will this save the planet? No, but it will send a message. Saying no to this site means we dither for short-term interests, and we shrug our shoulders and say we have to do something else. Let's be bold and positive and move in the right direction for our youth and the future of this planet, and continue with this project as planned. Part of the reason we're here, some of us said, look what Nelson did. Others can now say, look what Summerland did and the obstacles they had to overcome. This is the right place and the right time for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. John Dorn? Oh, John has left. Thank you. Dave Hughes. I saw Dave earlier.
Your list is different than that?
Your list is
The one on
different.
the screen is different.
The one on the screen.
Oh, my list is different?
Yeah. It's
Judy Harris. My apologies, Judy.
My name is Judy Harris. I live at 10920 Ackland Street here in Summerland, and I'm so delighted to be able to say that. First of all, I'd like to tell you that my credentials are that I have a master's degree in public policy from Simon Fraser University. I was a city councilor in the wonderful town of Nelson, and I am an affordable housing development consultant and have developed probably about $60 million worth of co-op and nonprofit affordable housing over the course of my career as a consultant. First of all, wearing the hat of the past city councilor, I would like to say that I am incredibly impressed with the job that the staff and the council have done in allowing public input, doing their research, doing the analysis of the site that's come up with option 1, which I think is a fabulous option, and encourage council to move ahead with. And as a previous city councilor, I must say that the innuendo online, at council, and in the newspaper and so on, that there was some kind of a fix, that there hasn't been an appropriate process followed, I find highly offensive. I would like to congratulate staff and council on the wonderful work that they've done moving this project forward. The only argument that I have heard over and over again against this site has to do with developing housing, and wearing the hat of an affordable housing consultant, I can tell you I couldn't think of a much worse site and a less realistic site for housing development than the site that is being discussed today. In terms of Councillor Patton's discussion about BC Housing, as I mentioned, I worked for decades with the federal and provincial government, and that site does not meet any of the criteria for affordable housing support from the federal or the provincial government. I would like to see us support businesses, have walking to the stores instead of driving by our Home Hardware to hit Canadian Tire, or driving by Nestor's to hit the Superstore. And once somebody's in their car in that valley, they're not going to stop downtown. So congratulations to everyone on moving this forward to the point that it is, and I strongly encourage option 1. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Andy Richards.
Andy Richards, 11512 Mott Street. And first of all, I'd like to say, Mayor and Council, you guys are doing a good job during a very tough time with COVID and the financial impact that that's going to really have on every community. For me, it comes down to very simple numbers. The project is going to cost $7 million. The payback is going to be $5 million. Now, I know a lot of people are very good about saying that if you're against this project, you're a climate denier. Nothing could be further from the truth. There are a lot of good truths out there. One truth that I think everybody here should read is a new book out by Michael Schellenberger called Apocalypse Never. It goes into great detail about some of these so-called solar and wind and various other alternative energies. The bottom line is that I don't feel this project is worth it. I don't think it makes us any greener, and I think the money could be better spent. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Rock? Is Rock still here? No, Rock has gone as well. Peter Waterman. He's not here either. Okay, well, we've come to the end of our speakers list. Unless you have anything else? Do you have anyone else?
Madam Mayor, I have no one else, but anyone in the gallery could be invited to speak if they haven't.
Okay. So Terry Green. And then Don Gayton, did you want to speak again? Or no? Okay. Terry, you're up.
Thank you. I just, Terry Green, 5709 Century Street, Summerland. I just want to briefly thank staff, municipal staff, for the excellent report that was given. It was comprehensive, it was clear, it was well researched. I think you've done an excellent job, and I really appreciate the information that you were able to give us. I'd like to thank Council for the good questions that you were asking. There have been some good questions, and I think going forward, pursuing an innovative approach to climate change and to securing renewable resource energy uses is showing that Summerland and this council and this community are leaders. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Anyone else that has not been to the microphone yet? Okay, please come forward, Orv.
Mayor and Council, Orv Robson, 6708 McDonald Place. I have one question. How is it going to benefit the average family owner in Summerland? I don't see where $200,000 a year is of any significant outlay back to the community. We have, well, I've lived here for 28 years, and I look at that 28 years. When I came here, my utility bill was about $100 a month. My utility bill today, I opened it up, it was $250. And I think if this is what's going to improve my bill, I'll look at it. But I don't see any benefit in $200,000 a year. And when I look at the cost of our municipality, our taxes have gone up. Our utility bill went up 14% this year. Our taxes have gone up. I think we've got a better way of spending our dollars than investing it in a solar project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Council, Orv asked a question of us. Does anybody care to answer that question, or would you prefer that it get directed to staff? Councillor Holmes, thank you.
I'll take a stab at it. You know, it's about diversifying our revenues. When you were on council, or if you brought in the gravel extraction as a way to bring in more revenue, so we're not always going back to the taxpayer. So this is just one more opportunity where we won't have to go back to the taxpayer for $200,000 a year. I think that's worth a good initiative to take.
All right. Okay. Anybody else? Anybody care to speak for a second time? Okay, so what time are we at? 4:24. We have 36 minutes to have debate and discussion. Who wants to lead us off on that? Councillor Carlson.
That means I'm going to put some motions on the table, if we're going to have some conversation.
That would be fantastic.
All right, I will start with number 1, that the solar storage project detailed site analysis results and recommendations presentation of July 13th, 2020 be received for information.
I'll second that.
Thank you. That's seconded by Councillor Holmes. Do you want to, let's look at 1 and 2 together because they're receiving them for information.
Is that okay?
Yes?
I will move that council receive the land appraisal and land use assessment as new information regarding the solar storage project.
Okay, and Councillor Holmes has seconded that. Any further discussion on bringing these forward for information? Councillor Barkwell.
Well, I guess this is where we can have kind of a general discussion. And when this first came up, I viewed it essentially as a land use decision.
Excuse me, we're speaking directly to the first two recommendations that are on the floor?
Yeah, so
receiving for information.
Right.
Okay.
So we're, the information that we've received here is great information for making a land use decision. The hearing that we've had, it's very unfortunate that COVID came along, but all of these elements are, and this discussion today is what we should have had some time ago, and I'm really thankful for staff for putting this additional information together for us, and the whole thing under the circumstances for, you know, to have this discussion under COVID.
Thank you. Any further discussion on these first two? I'll call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? That is carried unanimously. Carry on, Councillor Carlson.
So I'd like to move another motion, please. I'd like to move that 13500 Prairie Valley Road /12591 Morrow Street /Denike Street be selected as the site of the solar storage project, and that staff be directed to complete a remedial action and risk management plan for the solar and storage project site. And finally, that staff be directed to proceed with completion of the engineering, procurement, and construction phases of the solar storage project.
Okay, seconder, Councillor Traynor. Okay, discussion and debate on this. Councillor Barkwell.
Yes, I would like to ask Councillor Carlson, in view of all the potential value of the land to the district and other uses such as housing, which would still preserve the recreational aspects of the land, why is this site preferred by you over some other less useful site, such as by the water treatment plant or the landfill, where there isn't a competing use?
I think originally when we first saw that list of 108 sites, I didn't think that we would be putting anything on the what is colloquially called the toe of Cartwright. I've been up there, and I don't think, after seeing what it's taken, for example, to get Hunters Hills to fruition, and what it's taken to get these developments started, get the sewer in, do that project, I don't think that today, in the year 2020, is the time where we need that. It doesn't mean that someday maybe we will do something differently up there, but I honestly think that we should look at the data, we should look at the staff recommendation, we should understand that the very first thing the consultants saw when they looked at that site was a potential spot to put this storage facility. And so I believe that there is a higher and better use at this time, and that higher and better use is something that will benefit our community the minute that that sun shines, instead of 5, 10, 15 years that it's going to take us not only to make that plan, but to figure out if it's going to be worth, and who's going to buy it, and how do we make sure that the people that buy it get to that stage of development that is actually going to benefit our community. So I think the citizens of Summerland deserve a project like this, and they deserve it in a place where they can see it when they want to go and have a hike, where they can benefit from it, and where they own it. They won't own it anymore if we decide to sell it to some developer, and I think it's time to stop letting the developers dictate where things go in this town.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have to respectfully disagree with Councillor Carlson.
Yeah, it's okay.
Now, and I do
Please use your microphone.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry. And I really appreciate Ms. Harris's comments. When I speak of the BC Housing Hub, it's money that can be generated, the municipality can generate by selling that land to a developer. We use that money that we get from that property and we invest in the community with BC Housing and another partner. And in areas within the central core, perhaps, where we can build up, and we can do the attainable and affordable housing component that we all spoke about in 2018 at the time of the election. We were going to investigate affordable housing. We were going to see about attainable housing. This gives us the opportunity. I myself think the solar project is a great project, but not at the toe of Cartwright. I would support it. Hey, we've got a landfill where we're going to have decommissioned cells where nothing can happen on that decommissioned cell. Why not put the solar panels on a decommissioned cell at the landfill? Dust? Incorporate some sprinkler system on it to wash the dust. Whatever the case, I'm sure that there's technology there to clean the solar panel. But I think that I'm very passionate that we gave a commitment to our community in regards to housing. And I think that when we take away this component where you're absolutely right, we haven't, it's not for sale. Maybe that's something that we have to look at as we do put it up for sale and see what we can get for it. We get the development there. We go and we invest in our community for some more affordable housing where we can bring younger people in and their families. I think that's a win-win. And so, unfortunately, I can't go with your motion, but I appreciate your directness and your views. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patton. Councillor Van Elfen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too have to concur with my counterpart across the table. I think this site has much more potential for the future and the future growth of Summerland, and the ability to have a developer pay to get infrastructure to that location to make it more affordable and feasible for the people of Deer Ridge to have sewer. I think there's other sites very close to this site. Landfill is one, water treatment facility is another. And you know, the dust mitigation aspect of it, I agree. You read the reports, you talk about, you want growth underneath, you want flowers, you want bees or what have you, you're gonna have to add water. It doesn't matter what site you're on. The landfill site, they talk about security as an issue. This will be an issue also. It's not just people, it's wildlife. So you're gonna have to fence this. Wherever you put this, it will have to be fenced, guaranteed, or wildlife will go in there and eat the cables so fast as, you know. So I mean, I just think there's other options that we haven't looked into enough. I think, you know, this site right here, the arena, you know, I don't know how much square footage is on that roof here, but this site excites me. It's close to the substation, very little line loss, and we've got a massive parking lot. It doesn't all have to be, some could be on the roof and some could be on large posts that wouldn't obstruct parking, as they do in southwestern Ontario on large posts that follow the sun, GPS controlled. There's all sorts of different options, and I don't think we've really investigated them. Like, this is one option, boom, slap it up there. I think there's other potential, and I think we should, you know, have a candid conversation about that, and I feel that we haven't had that. You know, like, I feel that when we first were presented the options, there was excuses for a lot of them, and I don't think those excuses, you know, I think we can work around some of that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Van Elfen. Councillor Holmes.
There's an expression, a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. You may have heard that, and I think that's what we have right now. I think we should take advantage of this opportunity while it's here. It's to me, it's clearly the best location to assure the success of this project. It's something that will benefit in the community in so many different ways. It's ready to go right here and now. Let's go for it, because if we don't, the opportunity will pass us by. I don't see any point waiting for something that may or may not happen at some point in the future. Never mind the highest and best use. This is the only use we've got right now. This is the only offer on the table. The development potential right now is full of uncertainty. We've had one tire kicker from the last 5 years on this property from a developer. And I also like to, let's dispel the myth that once and for all that we need to put houses on that property in order to get sewer to Deer Ridge. It's not the keystone to expansion of sewer and growth in the hills of Prairie Valley, as Dr. Gregory says. The solar array isn't a barrier to sewer expansion any more than a college campus would be, or a prison, or whatever else was proposed there at some point. The district we can pay our $500,000 share. That's 2 years of savings from the solar project. The real question is, will the residents of Deer Ridge and Taylor Place pay for their share? And I think that if we put if we start on a neighborhood plan right away and get that sewer petition out there, I think people will see the benefit, and we will get sewer out there. But I think we need to be real. If we don't put it in this location, it's not going to happen. The solar will not happen. We're not going to spend another $100,000 or whatever to do all the research, to do all the work and studies and analyze a different site. Our funders, they're not going to give us another kick at the can. This is a one-chance opportunity, and to me, it's simply like this. The government wants to give us $6 million for a project that we can use to upgrade our electricity utility and reduce operating costs. Are we going to say, oh, thank you very much? Or are we going to say, no, thank you, we want to make our residences and businesses pay more for an inferior service? And I think that's a pretty simple choice as far as I'm concerned. And really, I think this decision is more than about a solar project. It's about the future of our electricity utility. Do we want to invest in it? And if we don't, we better sell it off. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holmes. Councillor Barkwell?
Well, to begin with, I don't know what the basis of Councillor Holmes' statement that if we don't go with this site, then we'll lose the opportunity at all. We've already said with one phone call that we can get an extension, whatever we need, as long as we stay in contact with them and say we're moving forward. The opening statement from Tammy Rothery was that the biggest risk to the project was the timeline. I don't see that. We've been given an extension, a year if we need it. So we're on track. And that suggestion, that fear suggestion, it reminds me very much of our first meeting, February 27th, where we were told, without the information that we really needed, that we needed to make a decision right away. And that sort of decision-making process is being put on us again, and it's not correct. The other aspect of this is that we do have to look forward. We have a letter from 5 former mayors who are all familiar with the planning process for Summerland, who all said that this is in the wrong location, right? I mean, mayors who competed against each other are all in agreement here that we're abandoning all previous plans to put the solar project there. And, if you're not worried about the money, the fact that it's a $6-7 million project that will only pay back 4. If that's okay with you, then really the only decision is where to put it. And with all the negatives about this location, it is the keystone. For development, it's a perfect site. There's no other place like it for development in Summerland. And putting it in another location, like, you're going to agree that maybe someday we would develop there. Well, why the heck would you tear it all down and move it? I agree that solar is going to be cheaper and we might want to expand, so why wouldn't you put your lines out to some location where you could expand in the future, where you're not going to tear it all down? Is that very forward thinking, to put it somewhere where you know that you're going to want to build it on again? And that you're going to want to tear it down and move it? I don't think that's forward thinking. I think you start off by putting it in the right location where you are not interfering with development, and the only reason that land hasn't sold is because we haven't put a for sale sign on it, and put it out there where it might cost more initially, but you're also saving all the costs of tearing it down and moving it in the future. So that is the forward thinking point of view as far as I'm concerned.
Before I go to you, Councillor Trainer.
I'll listen to Councillor.
I just have
Carlson
I have a question for Councillor Barkwell,
Okay.
as he was so kind as to ask me one. So recently, in an open meeting, we were talking, and one of the things that you suggested was that you had a lot of questions, and that as long as you had the opportunity to ask those questions and to get a satisfactory response, then once the process was being followed, once a conclusion was made and a decision was made by council, you would accept that that decision had been made. So I'd like to know, based on what you have said, learned, asked, understood over the last April, May, 3 months since we planned this meeting, I'm wondering if you have more questions and outstanding issues that need to be satisfied, or if a decision that gets made at this council table today will become a decision of council for you.
As I sit here, I can't think of additional information that I think would be required to help us make a decision, but others on the council table may think of things, and sometimes questions come up as you have your discussion. I know that certainly when we had our first discussion, lots of questions hadn't come to mind until months later, including why was it in an in-camera discussion? And I didn't think of it until later. But anyway, that's my answer, I guess.
Thank you. So I'll let Erin.
Councillor Trainer.
I'm taking a bit of a different approach, and because I've been really thinking about this.
Please use your microphone.
For a long time, and I wrote out a response just because I wanted to make sure that when I say what I think, it comes out clearly. And I'm kind of looking at this as a project as a whole, from a higher level, as well as the location. So if it's okay, I'll just read what I wrote.
Please.
Okay. So this is my opinion. It's not very often that a municipality gets an opportunity to develop an innovative project like this. We've had to balance current plans with our ability to be flexible. We've had to consider today's needs while keeping the long-term big picture in mind, and it's not easy. Right now, we're faced with a fast-moving pandemic. At this time, we are also facing a slower-moving, albeit just as dangerous, climate catastrophe, with events like wildfires and flooding and their associated disruptions. And so it's our duty to make sure that decisions take care of our needs today, as well as the needs of our children. And as a new mother, I'm always thinking about what the world will be like for my kids. How can we best prepare and adapt to a changing world? How can my choices today benefit their generation and the greater good? So it's from this bigger picture perspective that I support the solar and battery power project as it is. As I mentioned, our town has been awarded the rare opportunity to build, expand, and invest in our publicly owned electrical distribution system. Over the past 25 years, Summerland has invested in our water and sewer systems, but our utility has fallen behind. Recognizing the need to better manage our utility and plan for the future, more than 4 years ago, under the strategic direction of Council, staff began working, researching, and planning this project. In 2016, we were successful in obtaining provincial grant funding, and then in 2018, we celebrated when we were conditionally awarded $6 million for the project through the federal government's Strategic Priorities Fund. The provincial and federal governments agreed that this project was worth it for Summerland, with the final contribution agreement being signed in 2019. In addition, the district is also budgeted for this with our $980,000 contribution coming from our Electrical Utility Reserve Fund. This money is set aside to fund upgrades and investments. The idea behind the project is to make our town more resilient and efficient. It will allow us to better understand our uses as well as generate our own power that will be integrated into our distribution system. This will save us money and possibly lead to larger energy projects in the future with the goal of reducing our need to purchase power from FortisBC. As you may recall, in 2014, there was a power surge in Summerland that caused hundreds of thousands of dollars in damage to people's homes. In theory, this occurred because a high voltage Fortis line came into contact with a district line. It was a frustrating experience for Summerlanders. A Fortis representative did not attend the public meeting and there is no accountability on their part. My point is that it's in our best interest to reduce our dependency on Fortis and to continue to build a system that is reliable and safe for our community. With regards to the location, first of all, I want to acknowledge staff, especially Tammy Rothery, for working with industry experts and facilitating the research on various aspects of this project and for striving to provide as much information as possible to council and to the public. I've read and analyzed the reports as well as the public feedback, and I continue to support the proposed location because I believe it is the best fit for this project. Here's why. Number one, it is district-owned land. We will be using our own property for our own infrastructure, just as we have for other infrastructure and community buildings. This area is designated as administrative in the OCP and is zoned as institutional. The project is a permitted use within this area. We are not selling the property, giving it away, or taking it out of the urban growth area. It will still be available for future land uses, whatever we decide that will be. Number two, the land is located within an environmentally sensitive development permit area, limiting its use as a whole. The solar project will be situated in a previously disturbed area, thereby reducing its environmental impact and even perhaps enhancing the area by planting flowers for pollinators. In addition, this area has significant recreational and historical value. It is surrounded by many popular hiking, horseback riding, and mountain biking trails. It's also home to one of Summerland's original flumes. I believe the educational opportunities of this project would complement these attributes. Number three, even with a 5-acre solar project, as mentioned in our report today, there is still the opportunity to connect Deer Ridge and the homes to the properties west of this area, to sewer. Number four, this parcel works for this project. It has good exposure, it's close to our current utility infrastructure, it's not dusty, and being closer to town, it is less susceptible to vandalism. In my view, this does make sense. If we only ever see public lands through a housing lens, then we are missing the opportunity to see the needs of our entire community. Infrastructure, green spaces, schools, rec centers, businesses, and farming all need space as well. A variety of housing options is absolutely key to a vibrant community, and there are alternative locations available now. But as we know, what we need now is more multifamily and affordable housing units that are closer to services. There's room for these in our downtown core. For example, if we were to change our zoning that currently allows 4 stories to 6 stories, we can add even more units where growth makes sense in terms of density, infill, and walkability. Upgrading infrastructure downtown is also more cost-effective than servicing outlying areas. Our report today to council says, quote, significant capacity exists downtown for future higher density living. I agree a comprehensive neighborhood plan is needed for the proposed location, as well as Deer Ridge and all of Prairie Valley. But while this is being done, and given that the land has been vacant for more than 40 years, let's put it to use for the solar project now. In conclusion, this project will not make or break Summerland, but we've been given the rare opportunity to do something special with a $6 million grant to invest in our publicly owned utility. In addition, it sets us up to become more independent, to save money, to provide jobs, to enhance our economy, and to showcase our town as a forward-thinking, environmentally conscious municipality. I don't expect this project to be perfect. It may have some issues, just as our sewer and water treatment facilities do, and just as some of our current housing developments do. But overall, these projects have moved us forward, and the solar and battery storage project will as well. This technology is tried and tested, and it will do a lot of things right. And by taking the opportunity to do this, we are showing future generations that in 2020, we understood the need to invest, to learn, and to discover better ways of doing things. We can't continue to build massive hydro dams, which cost billions of dollars, displace communities and wildlife to meet our energy needs. Back in our town, there is room for housing, there's room for farming, there's room for commercial and industrial areas, and there's room for this project. There's even room for pickleball and dog parks. But we have to be creative. We have to be willing to share, adapt, and change. If we pass on this, it's unlikely we'll get it again. The federal government will keep its money, and that will be it. So are we willing to do this? I hope so. That's my speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Traynor. So let's see, time-wise, 4:51.
Madam Mayor? Sorry.
Yes, but quickly though, because I need my opportunity to speak as well.
I would just, the only chance I've spoken is to rebut a comment so far. I've also prepared something I haven't said yet, so I'd like to say it.
Okay.
I would like to first agree wholeheartedly with what Councillor Traynor just said. The details and the justifications that were in her speech are all things that I agree with and find to be valid. So what I would like to say is that it's no surprise to me that we find ourselves in a bit of a contentious land use decision, because in Summerland, all land use decisions are a bit contentious. Unfortunately, this one came to a head through a lapse in process, engagement, and consultation. I understand that there needs to be clarity on the process and on decision making. However, I truly believe that it was not done with any ill intent or malice, and I am not going to be shamed by councillors, former politicians, or citizens. This location conversation began years ago, and I remember the first time that we discussed the location, and it stood out to the consultants. This was a great candidate for the project, but at that time I did not agree, and I thought we should keep looking. But as the project continued and the information was presented, this location gained and gained in relation to the other options. I've learned a lot about land use planning over the last 5 years on council, and it's been enough to help me make this decision. I believe that the greatest barrier to accepting this location is that people have an emotional attachment to an idea. The emotional attachment is the idea that building houses on the toe of Cartwright is going to bring in a large amount of money through a land sale and further benefit us through taxation over the years. That has not been proven. This is coupled with a lack of imagination regarding how to address an orphan subdivision that was planned and started in the 1980s. That being Deer Ridge. There are ways to work with Deer Ridge and with future developers in that area. The solar project should not be seen as stopping that opportunity. That said, if I had my head and my heart set on something for more than 30 years, it would frustrate me to see that plan changed too. But sometimes plans do change, and the way that we plan our towns and our infrastructure needs has changed. Our community is ready to take pride in owning this solar utility, take pride in having a solar and battery storage project, and make the investment that our community needs. I look forward to this coming to fruition, and I will support this prime location.
Thank you, Councillor Carlson. Very quickly now, although we don't have to, we can reconvene this evening. We will still have Mr. Jacobite here. We're going to be meeting here. So after our regular council meeting, we can reconvene this committee of the whole. Is that correct, Ms. Needham? That's correct. Thank you. Okay, so I want to start with addressing a couple of things that have been said by council in this last half hour. I grew up here. Well, my family moved here in 1962, and I grew up in a house on Denike and Morrow. So the access, the Otley Avenue access to the, potentially the future solar development. 40 years ago, I remember my dad saying, "Kids, we're gonna lose our lower driveway because the district is going to put in a development." And it was like, "Oh, gee, Dad," because we played in there. So some years later, nothing has happened there. Councillor Carlson said, or maybe Councillor Holmes said, 5 years ago we had someone kicking at the tires, and that's as far as it went. I firmly believe that the prospect of an attainable or affordable housing in this area could absolutely never happen. We just heard today that there are highly sensitive environmental values there surrounding the area that is set aside for the solar project. Those will not be developed on. We heard from Ms. Rothery that there is no precedent in Summerland for developing on ESA 1 lands. So looking at a low-density residential, you're looking at 4 to 22 hectares. 4 to 22 units per hectare. So not a whole lot. As far as 5 previous mayors speaking about this and saying this should be residential, they have been named, and I would suggest that Janice Perino, Peter Waterman, and Tom Johnson all had some interesting ideas about where housing development should go. Most recently, the Banks Crescent with former Mayor Peter Waterman. That's all I'm going to say about that. I've heard good debate and opinions, both supporting and opposing the project and its potential location, not just today, but over the past several months, on what is referred to as the Toe of Cartwright. The reasons for opposition have changed over time, but the reasons for support have not. Based on the reports and presentations by experts in the field and the District of Summerland staff, I am confident that the preferred site is the best location technically and will provide the best outcome financially. This area makes use of an empty brownfield, has environmental values, and has ready access to recreational trails. A solar array at this site does not preclude the installation of a sanitary sewer line for either development of the West Deer Ridge lots and/or to rectify septic system issues in adjacent existing residential development. Solar is not the only source of renewable energy that the district is considering, but at this time, it's the easiest one to implement and a proven source. We also have a $6 million grant. Just like countless other technologies, it will improve with time. Unlike other technological advances, grant funding is covering over 85% of the total project costs. And if you look back at grant applications that we have been successful in, 85% is a whopping percentage. The solar and battery project is not a standalone project. It is part of an integrated long-term energy strategy that will make the most of the district-owned electrical utility. It is just one in a number of completed and planned initiatives that upgrade or expand our electrical infrastructure and will make the system and the community more resilient in the future, and in the future includes our children, the community's children, and grandchildren. So I will be supporting option number 1, the recommendation that is currently on the floor. Thank you. Okay, Council, it's 4:58. We do not have to we can continue the debate. We don't have to make the decision right now. We can make it later in our regular council meeting this evening. What's your pleasure? Councillor Barkwell.
We're coming back here at 6?
Yes, we are.
I'm happy to call the vote.
Okay, you'd like to call the vote? Councillor Barkwell?
I would just say, I mean, I don't think anybody's going to change their mind, but maybe we could take a few minutes for a few closing statements when we come back.
When we come back at 6 o'clock, or after our regular council meeting?
I don't know if it would be before or after.
It will be after, because we start with public hearings tonight.
Can we extend this meeting by 10 minutes, 15 minutes, or not?
If that's the wish of council.
I would prefer it.
Would you like to make that?
I would move that we extend the meeting for 15 more minutes.
Seconded? Councillor Barkwell? All in favor? And any opposed? Okay, that carries. Councillor Barkwell, did you want to make your closing statement, as they say?
I lost my opportunity to compose it. But I guess it's not clear to me that the footprint of the housing development would be the same as the solar development. I think the solar doesn't use the entire available area, so the number of housing units you could potentially have up there, I think, is more than the, what is it, it's about 2 hectares, right? Yeah.
Yes, but the area is surrounded by ESA 1 lands, and we heard from our planner and from Tammy that ESA 1 developments do not exist in Summerland. There's no precedent.
Yeah, but I mean, I wasn't sure what the area of developable land was, like how many acres. You're assuming that it's the same 5 as the solar field, but I'm not sure if that's right.
I'm just basing it on the appraisal that was done. And the appraisal that was done was on the area that we saw outlined, which included the solar area in the middle, and with that 80-unit concept. That's what we asked them to do, and that's what they came back with. Is that correct, Tammy?
Just quickly, Madam Mayor, I can let you know that the ESA 3 and 4, which is the pink and yellow area, is approximately 7.5 acres, not including the pink in the very bottom right-hand corner, which is a vineyard that's actually encroaching on our property. So discluding that, it's about 7.5 acres, and that also includes the road dedications.
So 3 hectares, about. Is that right, Councillor Carlson? You're a farmer? Is that about right? Thank you. Councillor Holmes.
Just in response to that, I think one thing that we didn't answer today was whether the environmental constraints for the solar array are the same as the environmental constraints on any potential housing development. And I think that's why, if one other thing that should come out of today, and we can discuss that another time, is the whole idea of doing a neighborhood plan there. And that might be able to answer some of those questions, because Councillor Barkle is correct that we're using 5 acres and a 25-acre site, and a lot of it we won't be able to develop, but maybe some of it is. Maybe there is some opportunity for housing to go there as well. But I think the first step, obviously, is a neighborhood plan, and we'll see what comes out of that. I think it's all about using what land you can for the best, for what's possible.
So. Am I ready to call the question then? Councillor Patton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have one comment, and our CAO, being a planner, will know this. This is from a book by Joseph DeCera and Lee Coplin. It's called The Manual of Housing Planning and Design Criteria as a Major and Specific Element of Land Use. And one of the very first things in this book, that's for planners, is community planning often fails in concept, plan development, and eventual execution due to the lack of attention paid to housing. So it's quite an interesting comment, and it resonated with me. And so I just
don't think that
wanted
ever
to
Summerland.
give my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patton. Anyone else? I'll call the question. So we're looking at optional recommendation number 1, that 13500 Prairie Valley Road / 12591 Morrow Street / Denike Street be selected as the site of the solar and storage project, that staff be directed to complete a remedial action / risk management plan for this site, and that staff be directed to proceed with completion of the engineering, procurement, and construction phases of the solar and storage project. All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Barkwell, Councillor Patton, and Councillor Van Elfen are opposed. That carries. Thank you. Could I have someone bring forward adjournment, please? Councillor Van Elfen, seconded by Councillor Holmes. All in favor? Okay, we'll see you all just before 6. Thank you, Council.